never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Looks like it's that time again. Sure enough, got the midnight hour on the East Coast. And we're making our way to a Friday. Yeah, there you go. We'll take that Friday. That weekend is on the horizon here. Hope you've had a good week. Welcome into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. The secret bunker. What's going on? Hey, we finally cleared things out in eastern portions of the country. It is a quiet night. Good night to move some freight. You flip over. I'm not seeing much of anything, with the exception of maybe a few lake effect snow showers, and they're not really heavy. Just lake effect, here and there. Stretching anywhere from just west of Cleveland, a little more filled in areas east of Buffalo, down over south of Syracuse in New York. But not a whole lot to be concerned with there with the lake effect snows. The big storm system that rampaged across the country much of this week is now off the East Coast. But you head out west. You got to get all the way out to, say, starting in Nevada and California. You've been under the gun big time, for several days now. And for parts of California, the worst is yet to come. The rains have gradually been sinking further and further south in California. So at this hour, we are looking at heavy rain stretching from Los Angeles to Bakersfield. Again, Fresno. It's been raining for nearly 2 days straight in Fresno. And you get on up east of San Jose, east of Sacramento. Of course, then you get in the higher elevations where the snow has been just piling up. They've got some real issues. There have been numerous mudslides, lots of people without power in California. Let's start right there with our Travelers Weather Service of our friends at OOIDA, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, fighting for the rights of the men and women behind the wheel. Get your membership started today simply by dialing toll-free. It's 800-444-5791. They had been warning us for several days with all the record wildfire season we saw in 2020, followed by the record-breaking COVID-19 numbers that left millions of people in California displaced and millions more struggling to get by. Here we are now less than a month into the new year, 2021, and those struggles are being multiplied by a slew of wintry weather, heavy rain, even heavier snow, and powerful winds, which have toppled outdoor restaurant dining setups because nobody's allowed to eat indoors there. As of Thursday afternoon, at least 16 mudslides have been reported by the National Weather Service, 7 of those occurring in Monterey. Many of these mudslides have been triggered by, obviously, the loosened soil in the burn scar areas weakened by the active wildfire season. According to the Monterey County Regional Fire Protection District, 20 to 25 homes and buildings have been destroyed by landslides in that area. Around 75% of the residents in the area are under evacuation orders, according to the fire marshal there. Numerous emergency rescues have been taking place, and others are still needed, they tell us. A few residents in their vehicles reportedly trapped in a mudslide. They were able to get it out, but we discovered in the neighborhoods some homes and buildings at least partially damaged by the mud flows. Had a couple of horses that needed to be rescued after they got stuck in their pens from the mud flow in the rain there. In the city of Salinas, landslides have been triggered by widespread flooding in the River Fire burn scar area. The River Fire, that was one of the 2 giant blazes back in 2018 that combined, forming the Mendocino Complex Fire, which eventually grew into the single largest recorded fire, at least at that point in time, where the fire began more than 2 years ago. Mud and debris trapping numerous families, requiring the rescue of more than 50 horses there. The blast of wintry weather walloping the region, thanks to this stalled-out atmospheric river, they call it, the atmospheric river on steroids, as Reed Timmer has been calling it. Flood triggering rain along the coast of California, blanketing the inland areas with just crazy amounts of snowfall. And we'll take a look at some of those numbers. At Mammoth Ski Resort, along the east side of the Sierra Nevada mountain range, 45 inches of snow fell in a 24-hour period, if you could imagine that. 2 inches per hour, just relentless. That boosted their current storm total to a staggering between 64 and 76 inches of snowfall. Just 30 miles away, that storm left Yosemite National Park closed for the foreseeable future. The park was initially shuttered last week as they were contending with the damage by the big windstorm that had pushed through there. Lots of damage to that area. Now, this past day, the National Weather Service office in Hanford reported 32 inches of snow had fallen in one area of the park since Wednesday morning. Some of the most significant damage came, though, from the hurricane-force winds, bringing 100-mile-per-hour winds to multiple areas of the state. On Wednesday, in Yosemite, those fierce winds downing 2 massive sequoia trees, which reportedly damaged an area that had been recently undergoing a $40 million renovation. Those fallen trees destroyed millions of dollars worth of vehicles, employee homes, and other facilities, they tell us. In Sacramento, those fierce winds ripping outdoor dining setups to pieces, tents in the north areas, no match for the winds, topping 60 miles per hour. So with the mix of wintry destruction, more than 112,000 without power, by 7 o'clock California time, the number had dropped down to about 78,000 without power. But this storm is far from over. Much of Southern California, the worst of this storm is yet to come. Rain, snow, and wind are forecast to continue across the state on into the day here Friday. Meteorologists have been sounding the alarm that this storm could bring extreme impacts. We're talking up to 10 feet of snow and 20 inches of rain. And some of the peak winds will still be challenging hurricane force winds, as in 74 miles per hour or greater. So California, not the place you want to be, the last couple of days, actually. And it's going to continue as we head on into the weekend. Now, that storm system, which has been essentially stalled or just kind of wobbling off the coast of California, will finally make that turn and make its way inland as we head into and through the upcoming weekend here. And they're now telling us, look at the headline, big snowstorm on the way for the Midwest and the Northeast. Yeah, old man winter wasting no time playing catch-up in the coming days. It's going to be, in some cases, playing overachiever in parts of the Midwest and Northeast. Right on the heels earlier this week, the historic snowfall in parts of the Midwest. This next storm is going to be taking aim at the same region. Unlike the last storm, though, a secondary storm may form and become an all-out nor'easter looking ahead to early next week, which would bring the potential for heavy snow to parts of the central Appalachians, the mid-Atlantic, and New England. Will this be one of our Snowmageddon kind of storms? AccuWeather's chief forecaster advising it's time for people in places like Chicago, New York, Philadelphia, Boston, Washington, D.C., buckle up for some harsh winter weather. Now, they started sounding the alarms here a couple of days ago. It's all of it's coming together, according to the models. They're getting a better depiction of what is on the horizon here. The corridor from Des Moines, Iowa to Chicago. Yeah, you saw 6 to 12 inches of snow from the storm earlier this week. Now, at this early stage, it appears road crews in those areas are probably going to be very busy once again with similar snowfall with this next storm. Des Moines is running well ahead of average at this point. Nearly 20 inches of snow has already fallen compared to typical average would be just over 7 inches of rain for that part of the country. Heaviest snow from the last storm, which was up to 18 inches, walloping eastern Nebraska. Now, the approaching storm has the potential to bring snowfall this time around. Accumulations will probably be on the lighter end of the spectrum for that region of the country, maybe just a few inches there. So a sigh of relief for those that were digging out this week. But the storm on deck this weekend has the potential to bring much heavier snow for not only some of these Ohio Valley states, but also many areas further to the east, including from the central Appalachians to the coastal mid-Atlantic and eventually on up into New England. There's a strong likelihood, they're now saying, this storm's going to get a strong second wind as it swings up through the northeast with a great potential for heavy snow when compared to the storm that we saw impacting that region on Tuesday of this week. Forecast teams warn that storm could evolve into a major, long-lasting nor'easter near the Atlantic coast, where some areas may be pounded with the accumulating snow, gusty winds, and blizzard conditions for numerous hours. We are confident that a strong secondary storm is going to form and affect the Northeast this time around. The exact track and speed of strengthening of that storm, that's going to be, of course, determining who sees the heaviest snow in relation to the coast, as well as areas well further inland. Another factor that's likely to contribute to substantial snow with this storm is going to be the duration of the storm. Snow of varying intensity may be falling for 2 to 3 days in some locations, rather than what would be more typical. A storm system you typically see, say, 8 to 12 hours of snowfall. That's most winter storms. Some locations in the central Appalachians will see snow starting late Saturday night all the way into Monday night. And a round of lake effect snow will be following that, prolonging the weather into Tuesday of next week. For much of the mid-Atlantic, a storm is forecast to extend from the time frame Sunday to Tuesday. Part of New England will be facing storm impacts from Monday all the way into early Wednesday of next week. At this early stage, it appears areas along the I-95 corridor from D.C. to Baltimore to Philadelphia will probably pick up at least a few inches of snow. Yes, some milder air in the atmosphere may cause a changeover to that wintry mix of precipitation, some sleet, and maybe some rain for the mid-Atlantic states. The lower part of the mid-Atlantic, this storm could begin as snow, transitioning to that wintry mix for a time, and then switching back to snow. Now, if this mix does not occur or dry air fails to move in, obviously the snowfall totals will be much higher, much heavier. A southward wedge of Arctic air may keep much of Virginia and interior locations of North and South Carolina below freezing for multiple hours during the storm. If that cold wedge develops and lingers, we'll be talking an extended period of wintry mix over that part of the interior South. Heavy snow is also forecast to fall there in the mountains of North Carolina. It would take more than 7 inches of snow for Washington, D.C. to get back to average for this time of year. So I don't think this storm is, at this point, expected to give them that kind of an amount. But they expect New York City and Boston to indeed see major snowfall from this storm, ranging from 6 to 12 inches. Even if there's some mixing in from time to time, if that mixing does not occur and the storm tracks just slightly offshore, we'll be talking even bigger accumulations. 12 to 18 inches maybe. The potential for locally double amounts is most likely near parts of the I-81 corridor in Virginia, Maryland, and Pennsylvania, the I-84 corridor in New York State. Snow with this storm is likely to be the dry, powdery kind of snow versus the heavy, wet snow that we saw back in the middle of December. That storm actually dropped, you may recall, 40 inches of snow along the southern tier of New York State. Of course, the wet nature of that snow, we didn't see much blowing or drifting. That's going to be different with this storm system. You can see drifts piling up in feet. Now, lastly, a little bit further south in the warm sector, areas stretching from the Gulf Coast to the lower Mississippi Valley, you'll get rain. Forecasters say some thunderstorms may erupt. It's not out of the question for a small number of those to turn severe. Of course, we saw that last winter storm unfolded in a similar manner that spawned the deadly tornado north of Birmingham earlier this week. So lots of things to be watching as old man winter tries to play catch-up after what's been a relatively mild winter for much of the Midwest, the Northeast, early in 2021. Before we get to your calls ahead here at 844-844-3388, some industry headlines, kind of a disturbing video I was watching, preparing for the program. A truck driver dying in an officer-involved shooting in a shopping mall parking lot after he fled a roadside inspection in San Antonio on Wednesday. According to the San Antonio Police Department, it all started about 11:30 in the morning when a Texas Department of Transportation officer pulled over a semi near I-35 for an inspection. Now, the truck driver, described only as a man in his 20s, fled the scene on foot and ran into the nearby South Park Mall. Police say that the truck driver was asked to leave the mall by security guards at the mall, and as the truck driver was leaving, he became involved in an altercation with 4 San Antonio police officers in the parking lot of the mall. During that confrontation, the officers ultimately opening fire on the truck driver, killing him on the spot. No other injuries, but police say the truck driver was armed. They didn't provide more information on what led to the shooting, though, but in the video, you can hear the officers telling him, drop the gun, drop the gun, drop the gun. And it was a rather lengthy, this guy ended up, coming out from behind the dumpster, behind like the Dick's Sporting Good in the mall, and he walked all the way across the parking lot. He was getting out. He got all the way out to like the ramp that would merge onto the interstate there. And at that point, I'm not sure if he raised the gun, pointed it at officers, but that's where officers opened fire. Multiple rounds were fired. Now, the new San Antonio Police Department policy is for body cam. Body cam footage of the incident will be made public, they tell us, within 60 days. Obviously, this is a scenario that's under investigation there in San Antonio. But yes, many of the people that were in the parking lot there at the mall were catching this all on their smartphones, the cam footage. There were some that even pulled up and were sharing via the likes of Facebook Live. People witnessed this all unfolding. All right, let's see. One other tidbit before we get to your calls here. This week, Love's Travel Stops announced a new program to encourage their employees to get vaccinated against the COVID. This past day, Love's announcing that they were the first nationwide travel stop network to offer all employees an incentive to receive the vaccine. If you opt to take the vaccine, you'll get $75, an additional $75 in pay, according to the company. This is an incentive program to all Love's workers, including truck stop employees and those who work for the truck care and Speedco centers, alternative fuel provider Trillium, their commodity trading company, Musket and Gemini trucking fleet, as well as Love's affiliated hotels. They say a big element in our culture is taking care of our team members, so we're always thinking of new ways to do that, according to the president of Love's, Shane Wharton. As an essential business, our employees have worked tirelessly to keep America moving in this pandemic and the vaccine as we continue to follow the safety protocols, but we feel that the vaccine offers the best protection. This is just another way trying to encourage our employees to stay safe. Of course, we had touched earlier this week that Love's made major announcements for the year of 2021, plans to add up to 50 new stores, resulting in 3,000 new truck parking spaces in the year of 2021. Aggressive expansion plans for Love's travel centers. Thing is, I don't know if the negative sentiment toward the vaccine is as great when it comes to the likes of truck stop workers, but we know the truck drivers around the country, based on the survey we shared earlier this week, not real keen at all on taking the vaccine. So rather interesting. All right, to the phones we go on a Friday morning. Oh yeah, I did not forget. Well, what do you say we're right after the top of the hour? We'll get to hour number 1. We've got this week's winners of our first of 5 weeks prize package, which, of course, the Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset that we shared with you the other morning, this with 99% noise cancellation. The second place prize, of course, our Hot Shot Secret Big Rig Duo, featuring the Stiction Eliminator and the Diesel Extreme. Now, these are both of those. You get two 2-quart bottles, two 2-quart bottles, Stiction Eliminator and Diesel Extreme. Those winners I have before me. We'll, again, announce that. We'll give people a little bit of time to get logged in, tuned into the program here on a Friday morning. Meanwhile, to your calls we go, and I don't know if it's probably been a long time, if ever, that out of the box, the world-famous Cool Breeze, first out of the box on a Friday.
Howdy-ho, Steve Reno. How you doing tonight?
Happy Friday. Doing all right? What's happening in your world?
Oh, you know, Friday.
Yeah.
Well, I sent you some messages there. I sent you a couple of emails the last couple of nights about the fog down here in Florida.
Yes.
It's been really bad the last couple of nights. And we had a little cold front come through last night, and it's kind of blown it all out. It's crystal clear out there tonight to look at the yellow wolf moon hanging up there in the stars.
Yep.
It's cleared it all out. So no fog tonight. Florida's wide open. Come on down, rock and ride.
There you go. It is a full moon tonight, by the way. You know what? That's why you're the first caller out of the box. I mean, the crazies come out when the moon is full. Yeah, right. Okay.
Well, you know, I'm a little crazy, Steve. You met me, you know.
I do.
I'm a little bit off the wall, you know.
I can vouch for that.
Who else would come down and meet you to leave, to go out and cruise around the islands down there and not go with you?
Yeah.
How many times have I done that now? I don't even know. I've been down there 3, 4, 5 times, I guess, to see everybody off.
Just comes down to see the crew as we're getting on the buses and everything to leave to go to the cruise port. It's like...
But then I don't get on the bus.
I know. Maybe
I go get back in my truck and go back to work.
Maybe one of these days, if we ever get to do another cruise.
Maybe. Steve, you got to go for the bigger boats. They're two of the world's largest cruise ships. Go out of Port of Miami, which is a little further south than where you used to going out there by Port Everglades and in there.
Right.
The largest ones in the world, the Oasis and the Allure. They're the two largest ones in service right now, unless they've built another one that's bigger. And I don't know. I've been on a cruise on a couple of little small boats, and I got seasick. So I've set my sights on going out on one of those big ones. So maybe that'll happen this year. Who knows?
Yeah, I know the Carnival's newest ship is the Mardi Gras. I don't know that they've ever got to get that darn thing out for a cruise yet or not. But that was going to be the big to do in 2020 with
was it going to be bigger?
It was going to be the biggest in the Carnival fleet. I don't think it's as big as, like you say, the Oasis of the Seas or Royal Caribbean. I mean, they've got a couple of the largest ships sailing the oceans.
And the two various largest ones go out of Port of Miami down there. Yeah. I've been down there delivering stuff in the truck, and I've been close up to them, and they're just huge, man. They dwarf some of the other little ships out there.
Mm-hmm.
They're just, I don't even know the numbers on them. They're so big, but they made one like 3 feet longer than the other one just so they could say it was bigger than the other one, you know. Uh-huh. What a deal. But good running, nice and clear night down here. You can ride and glide and look at the stars if you need to go down to Miami or wherever you're headed down this way. So good still, Steve, to hear you back on the air, completing your 3rd week now, right?
That's correct. Yeah, week number 3 about to be wrapped up here as we head into a Friday.
Yeah, man, Friday. And you know, Steve, it's only 230 days till Christmas.
I was going to try to get him dumped before he got to that, but he got me again. Let me see here. Email is steve@hotshotsecret.com. And you can also send us text messages at our toll-free number, the 844-844-3388. Starting with the email under the heading, My Story. I listen to you every night. Most nights I fall asleep after about 3 hours. I've been less nursing that your dad was on the radio. I find it easier to listen on YouTube. Let's see. I was a driver for a drug company. Had a terrible accident that left me quadriplegic. A four-wheeler hit me from behind at 50 or 60 miles per hour. I jumped the curb and hit a 6-foot ravine. I now have 4 titanium rods in my neck. I love listening to the show, and I look forward to it every night. I see you just need 98 more to hit your 1,000 total on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube page. I have a feeling that may happen over the weekend. He went by the handle Drug Runner, obviously because he was driving for a drug company. But all right, thanks for sharing your story, and thank you so much for listening into the program. And he is absolutely correct. I checked here a few minutes ago. You're up to 902, 902. Come on, let's hit that 1,000 mark. Then from our text messages here a few hours ago, somebody just checking in. Hey, Steve, how you doing today? Doing well, thanks for asking. Wheelchair Dave chiming in. He said, when you get a chance, look up the new Waffle House beer. I might have to try that. I'm sure it's better than the old Billy beer. You remember that? Was that Billy Carter? I wonder what a 6-pack of Billy beer would be worth today. But apparently, a Waffle House breakfast beer? I'll have to look that up. Thanks for the heads up there, Wheelchair Dave. All right, with that, it is 844-844-3388 as we roll into a Friday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
With Steve Sommers, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret.
Powered by science. And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Okay, jump right back into it here on a Friday. See here, get another from the email bag. Buckeye Boys, I just wanted to see if you could give a shout out to my sister, Hurricane Jane. Not a truck driver, but she's going to be leaving her home near Orlando right about the time you're wrapping up the show Friday morning in her automobile. Going to be traveling up the east coast of Rhode Island for the birth of her 5th grandchild. That will be produced from her daughter, Crazy Carol. Crazy Carol. I've told her about the show and how in-depth you are with travelers, the weather. So she'll be subscribing to your site on the YouTube and be listening into your weather info and how it might affect her travel. Well, I think that's based on her timing. She should be in good shape. Unlike the case would have been earlier this week. She's kind of threading the eye of the needle between the storm systems. Let's see. I've also got the perfect solution for solving our energy crisis. Build a bunch of windmills surrounding Washington, D.C. A problem solved because these lunatic blowhards who are now in charge are so full of hot air that the windmills may have to have the suppressors engaged from them turning so fast as a result. Okay. Have a good night. I'll be listening to the podcast also, as I've been all day. Just getting in from Florida. Thank you so much for tuning in, whether it's live or the podcast. That's why the podcast is there. You can listen anytime you want and pause and come back and pick up where you left off whenever you'd like. I thought I had one other. I'll have to scroll down and find that. We'll get to that in a bit. I think the Catwoman was chiming in here, somewhere in the mix. All right, meanwhile, let's see what's happening with Old Horse Feathers. Are you going to get ready for Snowmageddon early next week?
Morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Yeah, the White Death. The White Death. So I just did the thing here with the YouTube page there to refresh it. I refreshed it. You're 903. So 97 people still want to see Horse Feathers naked.
Okay. All right. You're still threatening that, huh?
Yeah, sure. So anything to get subscribers. So anyways, has there been any mention of the polar vortex yet? Or do we have to worry about the polar vortex at all, or is that still to come?
Yeah, Northeast is supposed to see some of the coldest air they've seen this winter here over the next few days. I do know that, but I'm not seeing polar vortex specifically being the culprit of that.
All right, the big word. So does this storm have a name? Do we have a name from the Weather Channel? There been any special name given yet, or how's all that working?
They name them all. I haven't been paying attention to the Weather Channel names. No, but I think the only people that ever use the darn names is the Weather Channel direct.
Exactly. So anyways, your prediction must be my local weather guy at 6 o'clock last night. Must have called you or the AccuWeather gods or somebody, because he said exactly what you just said. So I don't know where he got his information from, but starting Sunday morning in the Maryland area, the Baltimore, northeastern Maryland area is supposed to start Sunday morning, and by nighttime we're supposed to have 6 inches on the ground for Sunday, and that continues into Monday, and then Monday is supposed to be a little bit of a mix of rain, sleet, freezing rain, who knows what all else through the day Monday, and then what they're saying is going into Tuesday, it's going to convert back over to snow through the overnight, and snow through the overnight into Tuesday, and they didn't put any prediction of how much there's supposed to be on the ground by the time we get done Tuesday morning, or whatever time Tuesday it decides to quit.
Yeah.
So
I guess it's all going to depend on how strong that potential nor'easter gets.
Correct. Yeah. Whatever decides to come up from the south there, and depending on which track it does of how much moisture it brings in off the ocean to create the snow, with the cold coming the other way, and how far over the cold comes at that time for Monday to determine whether it's going to be just rain or freezing rain or sleet or and how soon it turns back to snow to go into Monday night into Tuesday.
Yeah.
So, but the
well, I'm looking at some of the maps here, Horse Feathers, depicting that Arctic air is coming in like as we speak. Thursday night into Friday morning, and supposedly some of that really cold stuff's going to be coming all the way down to your area. The winds are going to be howling as that cold air pushes in. They're showing 15 to 20 mile per hour sustained winds for D.C., the 30 to 35 mile per hour gust. Atlantic City, 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts there. 25 to 30 in New York City, as well as Albany, New York, Boston, 30 to 35. So it's kind of moving in right about now. You'll notice temperatures dropping overnight, Horse Feathers.
Well, you know what Yosemite Sam said there? You just ain't whistling Dixie, because I tell you what, the wind is blowing out there right now here. I'm sitting in York, Pennsylvania, and it blew. I just came up from D.C., and it blew the whole way. I couldn't get the truck up to top speed. I was pushing headwind the whole way. I couldn't get the truck back up to top speed there, trying to come up the highways. So
wow.
it's pushing hard right now. So anybody that's not 80,000 pounds and round, don't take your hands off the wheel, because it's going to be one of them nights that we don't usually have the blowover type nights like they have out in the west there, or down there down in like Texas and Oklahoma and that. But but it's a good stiff breeze out there. It'll definitely change you from one lane to the other if you're not paying attention to it. So, but no, congratulations here. Let me refresh real quick. No, still 903. Didn't move from 903 yet, but I am checking for you every now and then.
Yeah, one click at a time. One click at a time. Well, we've done pretty good this week.
There you go. So we're all waiting with, our hand. We're all sitting on our hands here, trying to keep ourselves from being too excited there to hear the winners' names. So we're all sitting out here in YouTube land there, waiting and watching. So hey, the one good thing about being able to watch you, and I'm sure that Spaceman will be all proud of this, is if you decide to stroke out again or something, we'll be able to see it happen now.
Okay, that's comforting to know. Thanks, Horse Feathers. How could I forget?
We can all call 911 now. We'll all see it happen, and we can all call 911 for you.
Yeah, jeez.
So all we got to do is figure out where the streetcar named Desire is riding around there, because I know you're still in. That worked out pretty good there with the city of Cincinnati giving you one of them trolleys there, because they don't need about one of them to do the job, and so it's pretty nice of them to get that one to Hot Shot Secret for you to make that secret bunker out of and ride around out there. And I tell you what, you must be using the FR3 on the wheels, because we don't hear no axle noise or wheels clinking, clanking, or nothing there. So just tell the driver to be easy on the bell. All
right, will do. Well, Horse Feathers, have a great weekend. Yeah, we're about 25 minutes away from announcing our winners. And I'm talking about the winds in the Northeast. If you're not dealing with the wind yet, you will be here in the coming hours. Looking at the forecast, what it's going to feel like when you step out the door as of like 8 o'clock Friday morning in the Northeast. You factor in the wind, it's going to feel like 16 below zero. Wow, in Albany. -7 for Syracuse. It's going to feel like single digits from Pittsburgh to New York City. 8 for Atlantic City. -7 for Nantucket. It's going to feel like 10 below in the Boston area with those winds. Wow, that's going to be a chilly morning. That's what they're saying. Some of the coldest air you've dealt with thus far this season. And really, the temperature's not warming up a whole heck of a lot. Saturday, even by Sunday morning, you're still contending with winds, wind chills, making it feel like 9 below in Albany, -7 for Syracuse, -4 in Boston. You're going to be in store for a very bitterly cold weekend there in the Northeast. If you haven't yet, you may want to pull out the long johns. You're probably going to need that here in the coming days. All right, about 18 before the hour. It's 844-844-42. 3388. Let's check in with, there's Double R. Finally decided to call in. It's been a few days. You've been out there playing in this old man winter stuff. I know you were shut down on Donner one night. You got shut down somewhere else night before last, I think. What's happening, Double R?
Oh, how you doing, brother? This has been, excuse my expression, one hell of a trip. Yeah, we did start off in shut down in Donner. Then we got to Reno. Had to shut down again because of chain law, because I don't throw iron. And so we shut down there. I had to shut down in Winnemucca. And then last night we shut down in Rawlins because of 60+ mile an hour winds. And we left there this morning, and I am sitting here at the Iowa 80 truck stop, drinking a cup of coffee, eating some peanut butter Girl Scout cookies, listening to my brother Steve.
How about that? Okay.
So
that's my favorite Girl Scout cookies. I love those peanut butter cookies. They kind of remember. You remember the old,
I'll tell you what,
old Pitter Patter peanut butter cookies? I don't know if they even make those anyway, but that's about as close as they get.
Oh my God! You could, a cup of coffee or a glass of milk and a peanut butter cookie. A man can hurt himself. You know, I'm serious. But no, I just I got up this morning. I'm sorry I didn't call in you. We were just wore out dealing with more stress than anything. So I apologize on that part. But Steve, have you noticed? I'm not going to put down Biden, okay? But have you noticed? Now let's go back when President Trump was elected, and you go on Facebook, all the people that were saying all kinds of good things about him and all that, you don't see one thing good about what Biden's doing at all on Facebook or anywhere. Are these people ashamed of what they did?
Buyer's remorse, I think might be the term. Buyer's remorse, yeah.
Man, I'll tell you what, this is, I can't believe it. But anyhow, family and everybody doing good?
Oh, yeah. Yep. Hanging with them, as they say.
Oh. Hey, by the way, did you ever get your heater fixed?
Not yet.
Are you guys still
Not
doing
yet.
the space heater
Still doing the space heater
Lord.
thing. Yeah. I was bitching last night about the America's Home Shield. They can kiss my ass, as I put it. You know, that's the deal. It's going round and round with those people.
I was listening to that this morning. I'm driving down the road, and I've got you on my headset, my Blue Parrot off my phone, and I'm listening to you. Nita's over there doing her thing, and I'm busting out laughing at, because you talking about that. And I told her, what the hell are you laughing at? I said, our brother. And I pointed to the phone, and she goes, what did he say? And then I backed it up. It was on the podcast, and I let her listen to it. But, yeah, there's a lot of crooks out here anymore. I'm here to tell you, on your mortgages, on when we first moved in our house, Steve, within the first year, I had to replace the air conditioning outside because it got hit by lightning.
Yeah.
And when the guy come out, he gave me such a good deal. He said, I can replace your furnace and your air conditioning. And I said, okay. So he replaced both of them. And Lord and behold, that following year, my damn water heater went out.
Yep.
It's like, it's crazy. And this shit, I'm sorry. This stuff is, it's like buying a car.
Aren't you lucky we're not on terrestrial yet? I didn't have to even dump you there.
I'd have done got bombed. Yeah, no kidding. So, I'm sorry. But anyhow, I'm going to go ahead and let somebody else get in there. I'm out here listening. I'll be up all night, so I will call you back. So I got to think of a few more things to talk to you about.
All right. When we get
I'm having a brain fart right now. These peanut butter cookies are killing me. So,
well, enjoy. All right. Well, maybe when we get to that longest hour in radio. Yeah, that's always give us a call back. Let me see here. Charles says, I ate a Waffle House breakfast and drank me 6 of those Waffle House beers. An hour later, it came up, scattered, smothered, covered, and chunky. Oh, that's what you call breakfast all the way to the doctor. All right, who else? Let's see. Pappy says, if you call 911, they'll never find the hotshot secret hidden bunker. It's buried deep. You're right about that, Pappy. All right, under the other industry headlines, a truck driver was found with a record-setting amount of methamphetamine at the U.S.-Canada border recently. It's back close to Christmas. The driver in question was kept in custody, though, until January the 14th. According to Bleacher Report, truck driver Amarpreet Singh Sandhu was attempting to cross into Canada at the Sweetgrass border crossing, Alberta, near the Montana border, supposedly hauling produce when agents referred him for a further inspection. Upon investigation, agents discovered $22.3 million worth of methamphetamine. We're talking enough methamphetamine for 2.28 million doses, making it the largest seizure of methamphetamine at the border in Canada's history, they say. Sandhu was immediately arrested on charges of importation of a controlled substance and possession for the purpose of trafficking. Again, he was kept in custody for several weeks till January the 14th. He is now scheduled to appear in court on February the 11th. Wow, 2.28 million doses of methamphetamine. Let's get a quick COVID update, and we'll get back to your calls just ahead. Eagles on the line. We'll be checking in with the Chevy guy. Room for you at 844-844-3388 as we make our way into a Friday here. Well, we knew it was pretty much inevitable. It was going to happen. These new variants of the coronavirus that have been popping up around the globe. The new variant of COVID emerging this past day in the United States, posing yet another public health challenge to a country that's already losing nearly 3,000 people every day, they tell us, still to COVID-19. Now, this is the mutated version of the virus, first identified in South Africa. This is the one that's supposed to be, like 70% more contagious. It is supposedly more deadly, mortality rate higher with this one than the original strain. It has cropped up 2 cases in South Carolina. Public health officials say it's almost certain there are more infections that have not yet been identified. They're also concerned this version spreads more easily and that the vaccines are less effective against this particular strain. Now, the 2 cases discovered in adults in different regions of the state, ironically, that do not appear to be connected. Neither of the people infected have traveled recently, according to the South Carolina Department of Health and Environmental Control. That is frightening, they say, because it means there may be many more undetected cases here in the state of South Carolina, according to one infectious disease physician at the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston. It is probably more widespread, he says. Now, the arrival of this variant shows that the fight against this deadly virus is far from over, says the doctor. While more COVID vaccines are on the way, the supplies, of course, are limited. Every one of us has to recommit to the fight. recognizing that we're all on the front lines right now. We're all in this together. We know they've been telling us, explaining in recent weeks, viruses, this isn't something new or unusual. They constantly mutate. And coronaviruses, the variants are circulating around the globe. But scientists are particularly concerned with the emergence of 3 that research believe may spread so much more easily. You had the variant first reported in the UK, the other in Brazil, which already had been confirmed as circulated here in the United States. As these variants bring potential for greater infection risks, pandemic, weary lawmakers in several states are pushing back against things like mask mandates and the business closures and other restrictions being ordered by varying governors. Right now, they tell us states including Arizona, Michigan, right here, Ohio, Maryland, Kentucky, Indiana, are all weighing proposals to limit the governor's abilities to impose some of these restrictions. Wisconsin's Republican-controlled assembly had been expected to vote to repeal the Democrat Governor Tony Evers' mask mandate, but they called off that vote this past day in the face of broad criticism and out of concern that it might jeopardize more than $49 million in federal aid. Okay, so I guess that's kind of like what? The Biden administration says, hey, if you're not going to tell people to wear a mask, we've got, we're not going to send you the money. Pennsylvania lawmakers are considering a constitutional amendment there to strip the governor of that state of many of his emergency powers. I know in the state of Ohio, last year we had already had legislation that had gone through the legislature, the House, the Senate, and Mike DeWine actually signed it. It was legislation kind of limiting the scope. I think it was more or less about the duration, if he's going to order shutdowns or whatever, things like that, that it can only go for 30 days, and after 30 days, anything that he tries to extend or new mandates have to go through the legislature in the state of Ohio. Of course, we've been continuing to extend the curfew. How long have we been on? It's been like 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. You got the curfew. So all your restaurants, all your bars, everybody's got to be out by 10 o'clock in the evening. Supposedly, in recent days, DeWine says, I don't know, this weekend, next weekend, they may start allowing 11 p.m. We'll see how things go. If we leave bars and restaurants open till 11 p.m., and if it goes okay, then maybe we'll stay midnight. I don't know how long he's talking about allowing, keeping that going on, but yeah, one of these days, life, he says, we'll be able to get back to normal, where the bars can stay open till 2 a.m., restaurants can stay open till, places like Outback Steakhouse, didn't they used to stay open till 1 a.m., like on a Friday night or a Saturday night? Pretty sure they did. That's all ancient history right now. Well, I was going to say hi to Eagle here, but he's dozed off. Wake up, Eagle.
No, I'm still awake.
I thought you were snoring, Hello? Eagle. Okay, we got you.
No, you didn't catch me sleeping this time.
Okay. What's going on?
Yeah, you didn't catch me. I was listening to your news broadcast about the weather. About the weather and everything. I'm in Arizona right now. The weather's pretty good right now. So, hopefully it'll stay that way. It's all the snow and ice and stuff. It's headed your way, it looked like.
Yeah.
In Ohio. Yeah. It looked like it's headed your way. Next week could be crazy. I'm not telling what it's going to be like next week in Ohio. I hope I ain't got to head that way, but you never know what's going to happen with the weather right now. Some wild things. It was pretty quiet this whole winter, and now all of a sudden, things are starting to get crazy. So, we'll see what happens, because like I say, I've seen some pretty crazy videos on YouTube, with all the accidents that they've been having on these interstates. It's been pretty bad. You know, but Steve, I want to talk about what you had said earlier about when you San Antonio. I was listening where you said a truck driver got shot because he didn't want to stop for the DOT or whoever he was.
Right, the inspection.
Yeah. This guy here, he might have had some illegal on his truck, some drugs or either some illegal aliens, whatever you want to call them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, those people are starting to come back real strong right now. You know, these truck drivers. You know, so it wouldn't surprise me if because there's no reason for this guy to be having a gun and you know, not listening to what the authorities say. He had to be up to something else for him to take that stance towards the police. I'm gonna try to find this video that you're talking about because I haven't had a chance to see it yet. But
if you go to,
I definitely want to see that and see.
cdllife.com is where I found the link to the video there, so you can check that out.
Yeah, I wanted to see what's going on with that because you seeing more and more of these type of things going on. You know, especially in the Texas area, you know, because I live in Texas, and I'm seeing more and more trucks get pulled over, you know, for stops and checking your cargo out to see what you have, you know, because of what's going on right now with Mr. Joe Biden. But, you know, Steve, I wanted to say something about this situation with what was it, the stimulus checks that they claimed that they was going to mail out. Now they're saying they're going to postpone these checks for another couple of weeks. You know, Joe Biden had said he was going to send out $1,400 checks to people when he got in the White House.
Right.
And now they've derailed these plans. I don't know why. But, you know, there's a lot of people out there that's, you know, hurting right now, you know, because of these lockdowns and shutdowns. And plus, you know, I talked right before you was ending the show last night. I talked to you about the oil industry. That they taking a real hard hit. I thought, you know, when Donald Trump, when they had the last debate, I thought that was going to derail Joe Biden right there when he said that he was going to shut down the oil business and go to alternate sources. I thought that was going to kill Joe Biden's election campaign. And people still voted for that guy even after. And now all those things that he said is coming to be true. And like I say, over 10,000 people have already been placed out of work, you know, in the oil industry. You know, I told you it's like a ghost town in Texas now. One of the main hotspots, Midland, Texas, Odessa, and other places. A lot of workers, people are out of work right now. Because of this, it's really sad situation that they're shutting all this oil industry down like this. They're hurting a lot of people. They interviewed a guy the other day on TV, and he said that he's out of work and he doesn't know how he's going to take care of his family. So, like I say, anybody that's involved in the oil industry, I feel bad for you.
No doubt.
It's not of your doing, you know, because we need we need this industry, and it's really sad. So I believe in the long run, Steve, everybody's going to pay the price. Maybe you could check on that during one of your breaks and see if the oil, you know, the price of fuel for truck drivers and the price of fuel for the regular guy that's driving a car, you know, in the next coming months or in the next year or so, will we be paying extra money for this same fuel? And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle. I think it's probably a no-brainer. I think that's going to be the case. Absolutely. Yeah, we're all going to be paying more. But we've got several stories. Someone mentioned last evening, Texas is trying to fight back. For years, the oil industry and the biofuel industry have been like head-to-head competitors, trying to get, believe it or not, these two are looking at maybe actually trying to come together because they both have a vested interest in keeping petroleum products, fuels, internal combustion engines running, because if we get rid of them, which we know that's been a goal of many in the Democrat Party, helping go all the way back to Al Gore, who said the internal combustion engine is the greatest enemy to the planet, a greater threat than even, didn't he say something about it's a greater threat than nuclear war? I mean, it's just insanity. But all right, a little behind here, about 2 past the hour. 844-844-3388. Winners coming up following a quick timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All set. Hour number 2 on a Friday. Here we go. All right, this is our first week. Our first of, we're going to be doing this 4 more consecutive weeks. Giving away a total of 5 of our Stellar Electronic, the whole Bluetooth-enabled headset. We have been introducing this to you in the last couple of weeks. And Dave McManus, who we had on earlier this week, was able to get 5 sets of these to give away to our listening audience. So you can try them out, right? State of the art. You've got the nice case here, as I displayed the other night. And, of course, the headset itself with, you've got the mono, the one ear, for when you're rolling down the highway, and then you've got the reason it's called the Duo, the additional headset, which easily snaps into place. So when you're in the bunk or whatever, or doing whatever, you can listen in quality stereo. Your favorite music, or maybe the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, whatever you want to listen to. Watch your streaming videos and all that, but so, all right, winner, grand prize winner of the Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo. It's like a $199 value, by the way. We're doing this via our entries on our webpage. You have to enter your email address when you go to overnightdriveradio.com. And you'll see the contest link there if you missed out on getting registered this week. Again, for the next several weeks. Go in, you can register every day, and when you type in your email address, that gets you your first entry, and you can get multiple additional entries by sharing on Facebook, sharing on YouTube, sharing via Twitter or Instagram. It's all broke down for you, where you can get dozens and dozens of entries just by sharing. So our first, I'm going to give you I'm not going to give the full email address. But the Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo Bundle headset winner is Powell Gordy, POWELLGORDIE at somethingorother.com. I don't want to give his full email address out, but Powell, congratulations. We will be reaching out to you, I should say Kyle, or the folks at Hot Shots here, because they've got your email address. They'll be reaching out to get your address, to get that shipped out to you. Congratulations, Powell Gordy. Runner-up prize, as you call it, which is a good prize in itself. Anyway, we've got a Hot Shot Secret Big Rig Duo featuring the Stiction Eliminator and the Diesel Extreme. We've got 2 quart bottles of each. The winner for the Hot Shot Secret Big Rig Duo is LaBarton 1. At somethingorother.com, LABARTON 1, LaBarton 1. If that's your email, you are a lucky winner. So congratulations to our first week number 1 of our prize giveaway winners from our friends at Hot Shot Secret and Stellar Electronic with the Pluto Duo headset. Check it out. You can learn more about the product at Stellar Electronic singular. Don't put electronics. It's stellaraelectronic.com. Or, of course, you can always learn more about the products, Stiction Eliminator, Diesel Extreme, and all the other products, gas engines, diesel engines, you name it, and so much more. Your full line of oil products and additives to take care of everything, whether it be antifreeze or transmission fluids. Yeah, you name it. They've got you covered there. HotShotSecret.com. HotShotSecret.com would be the website to learn more about that. And, of course, we're coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio. Toll-free lines available here on a Friday mornings where, believe it or not, we are working to wrap up our third week of the new program with the whole new platform here. So good to be with you. When Wheelchair Dave sent me that message about Waffle House beer, I was thinking, well, how did I miss that story? I hadn't seen anything about Waffle House beer. I looked up the story. Well, as it turns out, this was kind of the breaking, one of probably numerous things that I missed out on when I was in between jobs, having been let go early in November. It was like on November the 23rd where this was the big story. Obviously, we would have been talking about it, but Waffle House collaborates on a bacon-flavored beer. Bacon and Kegs is what it's going to be called. And they've already got the depiction of what the cans are going to look like. Bacon-infused red ale. Oh, boy. I like bacon. I like beer, but I don't know if this concoction... let's see. Waffle House collaborating with a brewing company in Georgia producing a bacon-infused beer. Waffle House Bacon and Kegs. According to the Akani Brewing Company, the beer is a 6.5% ABV red ale that is supposedly now available. It went on sale like the week before Christmas in a 6-pack or on draft exclusively at the brewing company. The beloved scent of bacon stands out from the typical medium hot aroma of a red ale. The malty sweetness of the base beer blends perfectly with the salty, savory, smoky bacon extract to create a delicious, unique beer. So says the brewery. Bacon and Kegs pairs well with breakfast food items, obviously, or you can enjoy it as a standalone, soon-to-be iconic beer. The packaging that was created by the Brock Company Creative features, obviously, the beer's name using the iconic lettering that they have like on the Waffle House signs, along with the drawing of a Waffle House restaurant, because they all have that distinctive look. You're a Waffle House, Bacon and Kegs. Okay, maybe next time I'm out at I'm guessing that'd be at a place like Jungle Jim's or something. Bacon and Kegs. All right, it might be worth a try, but I'm not big on the craft beers and all that. Some people just might. I have a brother that he's all about the craft beers and these stout ales and all this stuff. And he said, "Here, you got to try this." And I was like, "Man, that stuff's harsh." Ugh. He likes I like the Indian ales, Indian Pale, and all that. All right, we were talking cold temperatures. Yes, indeed. Horse feathers. A fresh wave of Arctic air is going to send the Northeast into a deep freeze as we wrap up the week, and it's going to bring some of the lowest temperatures of the winter so far. Snow squalls and snow showers will ride along the frigid winds that'll send temperatures to dangerously low levels. Forecasters say that the cold air will not be quick to depart and could set the table for a potential blockbuster winter storm here in the coming days. As north to northwest winds increase, colder air is going to be funneling in out of Canada, funneled into the Northeast overnight tonight, with a strengthening area of low pressure over the Atlantic Ocean. The winds just adding to the chill in the air. The ocean storm will continue to strengthen at the same time. High pressure approaches from the west, and you get that, what they call the pressure gradient, or the difference in pressure values between the high pressure and the low pressure. That's what causes the winds to increase. So as we speak, Thursday night, a biting wind that'll make it feel like it's close to or even below zero. Besides bringing the cold, these winds will also be blowing over the Great Lakes. Given the lack of ice so far, there's very little ice at all. Therefore, moisture from the relatively warmer lakes gets picked up, and that results in lake effect snow. Following some spotty flurries through the day on Thursday, the greatest danger for trouble on the roads is actually going to be increasing overnight tonight when those squalls develop downwind of Lake Huron, Lake Erie, and Lake Ontario. So I guess, as we mentioned last hour, I wasn't seeing a whole lot on the radar there. That probably looks to be changing as we make our way into the early morning hours. Now, these snow squalls, oftentimes, they're very narrow bands where you can see conditions change very quickly. You go from driving in no snow to heavy snow and then back into no snow again. You're going to have to use caution. This is going to be impacting Interstate 79, 80, 81, 90, and 99 this morning. Any snow squalls can reduce visibility, causing a quick accumulation on the roads. Now, with this storm, the ocean storm, slow to move further away Friday, these winds are going to continue, especially in New England. Even where the wind is not as strong, Friday may be the coldest day we have seen so far this winter. So today, most daytime temperatures will be no higher than the 20s at best. Temperatures in the 20s have not yet happened in, say, Central Park yet this winter. Back on December 16th, Central Park reached a high of 31 degrees that day. Well, that's been the coldest high temperature you've seen so far. Today, your forecast high temperature is a measly 23, and you combine the winds. Further north, temperatures may not get out of the single digits in the Adirondack Mountains in upstate New York. Those areas may dip below zero 24 hours from now as we get into Friday night. Burlington, Vermont, along the shore of Lake Champlain. You have not dipped below zero yet this winter. You may be below zero Friday night, and if not, you're likely to do so Saturday night. You may have below zero temperatures back-to-back nights. Similar temperatures likely across the region Saturday before slightly warmer air moves in on Sunday, but it's still going to be plenty cold enough to potentially set the stage for a widespread winter storm beginning Sunday and advancing northeastward there early next week. All the pieces of the puzzle coming together. All right, it's 844-3388 as we get back to our calls here. See what's going on with the Chevy Guy here on a Friday, 29th day of January. Hello, Chevy Guy.
Good morning. Thank you for the front door. And I did my part to get Horse Feather to get his britches back on. I went to YouTube. I hit subscribe. Didn't cost me nothing. Hit like and also notification every time in the morning now. Both Facebook and YouTube, it lights up, lets me know you're on the air. All I have to do is, what that does, if I'm watching something or listen to something else, I hit that. It takes me right to the channel. And seeing how this format is the theater of the air, I'm sorry, can't get that nasty sight out of my mind. Old Horse Feather standing there unloading a load of propane gas, buck naked, but in the mill where he has to wear his PPP, and he's wearing a hard hat, safety glasses, bright orange vest, and his steel-toed boots, buck naked. No. Oh, no. I got to correct this one. Like, imagine being the official massage therapist for the single official massage therapist for the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders. There. Oh, man, it's just a mess. We got to get the britches on that boy. And by the way, I just sat and listened to. I get my news out of Georgia, and they didn't mention about this new strain coming in. They're still talking about the numbers and all like that, but they didn't say anything about that new strain hitting South Carolina. So I thought that was interesting. You're way ahead of the local news. And somebody else mentioned about, it's quiet. The Democrats are quiet. They're not boasting and bragging about what Biden's doing. Well, Jim Clyburn, he helped put Biden ahead here in South Carolina, and that gave him his boost to the office. And yeah, he's putting out stuff that's positive about Biden, but it's nothing about what he's doing. And I commented too. I put out a few memes and stuff about what the jobs, the 8,000 jobs immediately before the sun went down on the day of his presidency were lost. I went on down the list, and also I put in there, the Democrats gave us slavery, Democrats gave us Jim Crow, Democrats gave us KKK, Democrats gave us the concentration camps where they put the Japanese in. Democrats also now give us lynchings, blacks and white Republicans here in the South. And right now, the Supreme Court justice refused to sit up there because it's proof that they didn't have a constitutional right to do it. But they're doing it anyway, putting Leaky Leahy in as a judge, and it's just another lynching of a Republican. And I said, sir, history is going to show what side you were on this, and the truth will come out. And I just, your record is being laid open for everybody to see. Now, that's what I put on there, and I scrolled down, and that was mild. I mean, every comment on his Facebook post, was horrifying. I mean, it was not nice to the man. Let's put it that. I didn't see one single pro-Democrat post on his page in this state. That's so. Buyer's remorse, like you said. I do believe they've got it. So, hey, let's get Britches back on horse feathers. Other than that, I'm going to let you take the front door, sit back in the rocking chair, and copy the mail, Tim Ford.
All right, Chevy Guy, there you go. Thank you so much for chiming in. We did have, Gordy was on the line here. I don't know if he lost his cell or maybe he's one of those that's not allowed to spend much time on the phone or whatnot. But he was calling in. He said, I think, in his comments, he said, I think I just won the headset. Yep. If that's your email, Powell Gordy at whatever it is, blah, blah, blah.com, you are the winner. Maybe give us a call back, Gordy, if you get a chance. I'll jump right to you if we need to do that expeditiously. Okay, until very recently, kind of going back to what Eagle was talking about, wrapping things up in hour number one, where he's talking about some of these oil towns being more like ghost towns right now. Sublette County, Wyoming was a bustling hub for the oil industry. Now they say locals are struggling to make ends meet. Now, started a few years ago, companies profiting off the local public land gas fields began cutting back because there was a decrease in demand. But when the pandemic hit, things even took a turn further to the worse. Right now, not much going on. You know, we've been working very few hours, according to the owner of a small oil and gas well servicing company that was dependent on the leasing of land in the region's most fruitful public land gas field. A lot of people lost their job. A lot of people. Now, Magetta and many others have built their lives and businesses around the leasing of public land in order to produce oil. And even in the face of a global pandemic, they were hopeful their industry would bounce back. Of course, that now with the executive order from the Biden administration putting an indefinite pause on new leases on federal ground, such as Jonah Field, Magana, and many others, fear for the region and the industry as a whole, to which he says we may never recover. Now, although only 10% of America's oil and gas come from federal land, a whopping 90% of the natural gas in Wyoming is mined using leases on public land, with an estimated 6,000 mining jobs already eliminated over this past year, the pandemic. Yeah, Wyoming researchers expect that this indefinite pause on public land leasing may cost local Wyoming governments as much as $300 million every year. So now we're going to be looking at schools with no kids in them. Teachers that don't have jobs because you can't hire teachers if you don't have kids to teach, according to one of the commissioners in Sublette County. It's already being felt in the community. We're worried about total devastation of our economy in this county if this is truly an indication of the direction he wants to go. He, which is Joe Biden, he says. Just a year ago, there were 21 drilling rigs across Wyoming. Today, there are no more than 6. There ain't nothing to do. I mean, we could go over the road, but all you're doing is paying for fuel and a driver, according to a local truck driver and a trucking company owner, Jake Dennis, about what's going on there. You can't even keep enough to keep the trucks going. All right. Buyer's remorse. Yeah, you think the pandemic had a profound detrimental impact. Just wait till the reality of these executive orders sink in. And apparently, I mean, every day, Joe's signing more and more and more. He is on a complete rampage. One representative this past day shared some of the numbers. Joe Biden compared to, I believe Donald Trump signed 4 executive orders in his first week in office. Obama was like 5 in his first week in office. Biden's like up to 36 already. He said this is like the Obama administration 2.0 on steroids. All right. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Okay, we find ourselves rolling into a Friday, time zone to time zone. More on California, where they're getting hammered with this storm. Big storm. You call it the Pineapple Express, call it the atmospheric river, whatever you want to call it, but with the moisture that is just streaming in off the Pacific. The Monterey County Sheriff's Office ordering evacuations for the Camel River Lagoon area, including all roads south of Santa Lucia Avenue and Mission Fields. Yeah, water from the river backed up in the lagoon. Water began flowing into homes after a natural sand levee was breached there, apparently. Latest damage caused by this winter storm that's already sent rivers of mud and debris into homes, toppled trees, closed roads in the northern and middle portions of California. Now, it's not over for Southern California. Residents there have been warned, be ready for heavy rain from this low-pressure system. Biggest worry is the rain could cause landslides in the burn scar areas. Officials are urging motorists not to drive through the Angeles National Forest in the coming days. There are 3 large burn scar areas there. Los Angeles County residents near those burn scars from the Bobcat Fire, the Lake Fire, and the Ranch 2 fire have all been told make preparations for potential evacuations. In less than 24 hours, we're expecting between 2 and 5 inches of rain. According to the Los Angeles County Fire Department inspector, our concern is in these burned areas. Over the last few months, we've had some pretty big fires that have got rid of a lot of greenery that we need on their hillside to hold it up. Orange County Sheriff's Department warning evacuations may be needed in the bonfire burn area for homes that are located in Silverado Canyon, Williams Canyon, and Majestica Canyon. Riverside County officials warning residents in the Santa Ana River bottom area to move to higher ground due to the possibility of debris flows there. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department warning evacuations are possible around the El Dorado fire burn area. Mountain Home Village, Oak Glen. As of 4 a.m. Thursday, that storm had dumped almost a foot of rain in 48 hours in some areas and in San Luis Obispo County, north of the Los Angeles area. They're not accustomed to these kind of rains. In Monterey County, 6 to 9 inches of rain had fell. More than 24 homes and buildings damaged with debris flows there. One resident treated for broken bones after mud went completely through the house. At some locations, the mud flow came straight down the hill, through the properties, and across roads. According to the LA Times, in other cases, the mud flowed through trees and equipment or other items on properties and became debris flows. There's nearly 8,000 residents that have already been ordered to evacuate in that county. Mud and floodwaters forcing officials to close several roads, including U.S. Highway 101. Mudslides continued along River Road, which runs from Salinas to Soledad in southern Monterey County. Evacuation orders for about 5,000 people in place in Santa Cruz and San Mateo counties, where the rain there threatens to cause debris flows from the lightning complex burn scar. That was earlier in the day, Thursday. They've been reduced now to warnings as of Thursday afternoon, but other counties being warned, warning residents, be ready to evacuate as this storm continues, battering California. All right, who we got here? The Beaver Squeezer, I think, checking in on a Friday. Hi there.
Hey, Steve, how are you this morning?
Oh, not too bad.
My heart is broken for those people out in California. I'll be honest with you. Did they not deal with a bunch of wildfires all summer long?
Oh, yeah, that's in those are the areas where the mud flows are occurring. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and now they're dealing with mud flows. Anyways, the reason I called, R&R, he said he's going to work all night, so he's probably listening. I feel your pain, brother. There's just sometimes you get under load, you just can't get out from under. But did he happen to mention when he called you earlier this week if he was on the California side or the Nevada side when he got shut down?
I don't think he mentioned. If he did, I don't recall.
Well, I've been there, and I do sling iron, but there's nothing on the California side, but the Nevada side, you've got Boomtown Casino Hotel, so it's not a bad place to get shut down.
Okay.
But the reason for my call is what you've got is this bacon-flavored beer out of the Waffle House.
How's that sound to you there, Beaver Squeezer?
Well, that's why I'm calling. I'm retired, as you know, and I meet up with a bunch of local people around here. Yeah, we wear Liberty coveralls and lace-up work boots, and we meet at the Waffle House for coffee every morning. It does not sound good to me. And early in the 90s, 91, 92, 93, when I was a brand new truck driver, I pulled more Coors Light out of Golden, Colorado, and every time I bumped the dock, I said, I'm going to drink Coors Light, and when I retire, that's going to be my beverage. And now that I'm retired, Coors Light is my beverage.
I hear you.
Unfortunately for you, Steve, by the time I get to you, I've already done Facebook Live music, and I'm pretty much lit by the time I call you. That's why I don't call you every night.
Okay.
Listen, have a good night. And R&R, I feel your pain. Sometimes you just can't get out from under a load.
All right. Well, Beaver Squeezer.
You lose money.
Enjoy that Coors Light. Have a good weekend. What do you say?
Yes, sir. Good night.
All right. Good night. I'm pretty much lit when I call. Okay. Hello, Moose.
Hey, bud, I'm just going to tell you, you keep advertising that Waffle House beer, you're going to be reporting on a lot more mud flows, I can tell you that.
Oh, boy. Yes.
Yeah, that sounds like a sure cure for constipation to me. Yeah, anyway, they were talking about, I got some articles here I'm going to email to you quick as I get stopped, but did you see where the former mayor of San Francisco, Willie Brown, was bragging about how Camilla Harris was the best mistress he ever had?
Did not catch
that. Said that she was even polite. Yeah, said she was even polite to his wife. Isn't that nice of her?
Oh, how sweet.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, now, I'm coming around to this way of thinking, you know. Joe's got them kids jumping on his lap, and now we find out we got a vice president who's personally processed more sausage than Jimmy Dean.
Wow.
As you talking about all this weather, I reminded me of my old buddy of mine. He's dead and gone now, old Hammering Hank. He used to pull for Mr. Castellini down there out of Cincinnati, hauling that produce around.
Yeah.
And we lost him back in, I think it was 2004, I think it was. But we called him the meteorologist. And every time everybody starts talking about these snowfalls and stuff, I can't help but grin thinking about that old sucker. He got that nickname by hitting on them waitresses there at the truck stop. He'd tell them to brace for 8 to 10 inches, expect 5 to 7, but they'd wake up with 1 to 3.
Okay.
Anyway, that's all I got. I'll shoot you them emails quick as I get stopped. Keep it between the spotted and the solid, and have a good weekend.
All right. Good to hear from you, Moose. Thank you very much. Yeah, brace yourself. Hey, I got Tater checks in. He said, Sweet Pea and I had a little issue in Miles City this afternoon. Had a mechanical issue with the brake chamber. We're running way behind schedule, but we're enjoying the show. Everybody have a safe weekend. We're headed to Barstow, California, and then back to Columbus, Ohio by next Wednesday. Oh, boy. Yeah, Tater, I'm thinking, you're out there listening to this forecast about this big storm, and you're already running behind schedule. You may be running even further behind schedule before it's all said and done. Wow. All right. You can't make this stuff up. I saw the headline. I did not go into the whole story, but who was it just sent me the link to this? He said, you ain't going to believe this, Steve. China rolls out an anal swab coronavirus test, saying it's more accurate than the throat method. Months-long lockdowns, entire city populations herded through the streets for mandatory testing. The people of China could be forgiven for thinking they'd seen it all during this pandemic. Now they face a new indignity: the addition of anal swabs. That's correct. To the testing regimen for those who are in quarantine. Chinese state media outlets introduced the new protocol in recent days, prompting widespread discussion and some outrage. Some Chinese doctors say the science is there. Recovering patients, they say, have continued to test positive through samples from the lower digestive tract days after nasal and throat swabs come back negative. For many, though, it seems like a step too far for government intrusion after a year and counting of dignity-eroding pandemic. Everyone involved will be so embarrassed, according to one user. 80% of respondents to one poll said they will not accept this invasive method. Even Chinese doctors who support the new test said the method's inconvenience meant it made sense for us to use only a select group. Yeah, people that are maybe like at quarantine centers. If we add anal swab testing, it could raise our rate of identifying infected patients, according to one infectious disease specialist. But, of course, considering that collecting anal swabs is not as convenient as throat swabs at the moment, only key groups, like those in quarantine, will receive both. This new protocol, just over a year after the virus began spreading rapidly throughout China. China's officials are worried about the approach of the Lunar New Year next month, often called the world's largest annual migration, where some 3 billion trips are made over the holiday during a non-pandemic year, which means even a single silent coronavirus case could rapidly leapfrog all over the country. China is seeking to vaccinate 50 million people before the holiday, but that's less than 4% of their population. Remember, there's billions of people in China. Okay, let's just add that to the regimen. I'll pass on that one, too. I don't know about you. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Let's see. Checking out from the message board. Pappy says, Steve, look up H.R. 1, the House bill. Attempt to take power away from state legislators on election rules and have the federal government make the election rules. Look at the changes they're wanting. And they're saying all these changes made to the COVID pandemic. Yeah, Pappy, I did touch on some of that a few nights ago when it was first, the HR, the first piece of legislation to come out of the new, totally Democrat-controlled administration. So, wow. Okay, message here. This is Go Gordy, UPS feeder driver, Richwood, Kentucky hub. I just pulled in here. I did hear. I won the headset. Big thank you, sir. I listen to your show every night. Thank you, Steve Sommers, and a shout-out to Hot Shot Secrets. And how about a shout-out to my fellow Richwood, Kentucky UPS drivers. Everybody have a safe night. And thanks again, he says. Go Gordy. All right, well, Gordy, yeah, at least we got the message from you there. Yeah, because I know he had dialed us up, but I guess he's busy, right? Well, who next up here? Steve Sommers doesn't double our own truck and drive for reliable, and he's such a noble guy, he doesn't want to say anything about Joe Biden. 40 executive orders in a week. Just wait till diesel fuel goes up to $5 or $6 a gallon. And then talk to Double R about him not wanting to say anything bad about that dumbass. Okay, so we're saying Double R. Double R doesn't want to say anything bad. Just think about what this guy is going to do in 4 years. Now, look what he's done in a week and a half. The damage these liberals are doing to this country, in my opinion, it's going to be too late to fix what they've messed up. Anyway, talk to you later, Steve. Have a good night. And one more thing, he says. Buttigieg, or butt plug, the guys that's ahead of the transportation. The administration in Washington, they put in there, now they're talking about every mile that these trucks travel. They're going to charge them per mile. We'll see how good these owner-operators talk about Joe Biden after that. All right, this DA in the White House is going to put a lot of people out of business. Yes, I did see that Pete Buttigieg is actively looking at possibly pursuing what they call, and this has been discussed off and on for years, what they call the VMT tax. As vehicles, cars, trucks, you name it, get more fuel efficient, and you get more and more alternative, like electric vehicles out there on the road that are not using fossil fuels. What you end up with is lesser amounts of tax revenue being generated from fuel sales. Okay, so, and that means they're looking at alternative ways of raising the funds, supposedly, for the nation's infrastructure, and that is a possibly forthcoming vehicle miles tax. They track the number of miles you drive, and you pay whatever the fee is going to be for every mile that you drive. Truck drivers, where in many cases several thousand miles a week, wonder what that may cost you versus the diesel tax that you're currently paying. So we'll keep an eye on that. It's about 9 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. Good morning to the Jolly Green Giant. What's going on?
Well, Steve, I wanted to tell you that we've really enjoyed your show here for the last 3 weeks. We got another driver from our company listening to you now. I want to wish him a happy birthday. It's Catfish. And he was talking tonight before you came on the air and said how intelligent you are and knowledgeable you are. And I told him, I said, if you think Steve is knowledgeable, intelligent, you should have heard his dad. And he was talking about his grandfather used to listen to your dad and used to brag upon your dad way back in the heyday. But I just want to say I'm glad we're not out in California. We're right near Lowell right now, and the weather is really good tonight. It's just cold. It's 19 degrees right now. But I hope you have a good weekend, and we'll definitely be talking to you next week, Steve.
Thank you so much. As always, good to hear from you there, Jolly Green Giant. Don't be a stranger. And, yeah, you do the same. Have a great weekend. There we go. Well, they say maybe it'll happen today. Can't say for sure. Here in a couple hours, maybe we'll get an update from, what's his name down there in Florida when he checks in on his way into work. Another SpaceX Starship prototype may fly today after a successful but fiery high-altitude test last month. Elon Musk is blasting regulators for the delay right now, though. SpaceX already appeared ready to launch the rocket early Thursday. But by midday, the Federal Aviation Administration said that it's been postponed until today, Friday. Now, according to Musk, unlike the aircraft division, which is fine, the Federal Aviation Administration Space Division has a fundamentally broken regulatory structure. Their rules are meant for a handful of expendable launches per year from a few government facilities. Under those rules, humanity will never get to Mars. Leading up to the flight, SpaceX had already conducted several static fire tests. But he says the current Starship prototype, the SN9, test-fired their 3 Raptor engines on January the 6th, but it was unusually short. A second static fire test was conducted on January the 13th, followed by another one about an hour later. Another occurred last Friday. The upcoming SpaceX Starship test will be testing to see the prototype fly as high as 10 kilometers, or about 32,800 feet. Now, that's a bit lower than the prior high-altitude flight. Last month, an earlier SpaceX Starship prototype executed the highest altitude test flight so far when they went to roughly 41,000 feet. During that flight, the SN8 maneuvered to a horizontal position, then went upright again before the landing attempt, but it exploded on impact. Elon Musk said he still viewed the flight as a success because there were several key features that they were able to test, and they got a lot of valuable data out of that particular test. So, yeah, maybe later this morning I'll see if I can pull up from space.com or wherever the test is going to be taking place, at what time they're maybe talking about that here on a Friday. Lines available as we head down the home stretch for hour number 2. It's 844-844-3388. I tell you what, we'll hold off on getting back to the calls. Heat Wave, hang in there. Big Sexy on the line. Room for you. We've been talking about earlier this week, Mike Lindell, the cancel culture, going after anyone who supports or supported Donald Trump. I guess Lindell is one of the more high-profile figures that's been just kind of like blackballed by his support for Trump. Now, Newsmax, the news outlet, has become one of the favorites for conservatives, growing the most rapidly growing news organization to date. They've actually scratched and clawed their way to up to number 4. Yeah, number 4 on the list of top cable network news channels. Many former Fox News viewers opting to now view Newsmax as their primary source. This past day, Newsmax says Mike Lindell is an American hero. During the election, he stood up for what he believed, and he continues to fight for what is right. Mike and his MyPillow company are now being targeted for boycotts by the far left. Major retailers have begun removing MyPillows from their stores. Big stores like Kohl's, Bed Bath & Beyond, Kroger's have dropped Mike because he dared to speak out. Now, if you believe in Mike, make sure you support him by buying one of his great pillows or one of his related products. They are great pillows for great Americans. You can get Mike's MyPillow products online with up to a 66% discount using the Newsmax promo code. Or you can dial the toll-free number, but footnote, they say, Newsmax is receiving no advertising or affiliate fees for this promotion. We're doing this because we believe in Mike as well. And Mike Lindell and MyPillow. All right. Well, there's, you want to use that code if you were thinking about it. Newsmax. There you go. Again, it's 844-844-3388. Just before we hit the top of the hour here, one more tidbit under the industry headlines. Kind of a sad scenario. We talked about the winds earlier this week, and of course the big windstorm last week. 100-mile-per-hour winds in some cases. Numerous trucks being blown over. The Wyoming Highway Patrol said a semi-truck passenger lost her life in a crash that happened during those high winds. About 9:20, I think that was a Wednesday morning, on Wyoming 220 west of Casper, Wyoming. According to the Highway Patrol, troopers say that the semi was westbound near the 106-mile marker when the driver lost control in one of those incredible gusts of wind, leaving the roadway overturned and then slid down an embankment. The truck driver, 59-year-old Wisconsin resident Lawrence Hughes, was taken to the hospital for treatment of his injuries. The passenger, 59-year-old Wisconsin resident Michelle Hughes, died at the scene. Now, they do say both of the truck occupants were wearing a seatbelt when the crash occurred, but you know, one of the most dangerous jobs in America. We all know driving a truck for a living year after year comes up toward the top of the top 10 list. We'll get a quick break in here and come back. Much more to cover as we make our way into a Friday. What's on your mind? It's 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. We return after this.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, we keep on rolling into a Friday. Good to have you with us. I am Steve Sommers, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. And I guess he's probably glad to get the hell out of California. I don't think I would be. Speaking of John Osborne, after a 5-stop tour in California, skipper of the Spirit of the American Trucker, the Oida Tour Trailer, he says, I'm looking forward to a sit-down meal inside a restaurant. But he had to get out of California to do that. Looks like next stop is it Tonopah? Tonopah, Arizona. So he'll be there today, Saturday, and Sunday. All right, the Tonopah TA, the 339th Avenue exit. So off I-10, exit 103. Where they have 407 parking spaces for tractor trailers. They've got the Country Pride restaurant that is open from 6 a.m. till 9 p.m. With the COVID restrictions in California, the restaurants, indoor dining is closed throughout the state. But you cross the line, Arizona does not have that restriction. John says it's a good reason to visit the state of Arizona. Yes, I'm going to enjoy a few sit-down inside meals. It's been a while. All right, Tonopah is an unincorporated community that's just over 50 miles west of Phoenix. The community is on the Tonopah Desert. To the south of I-10 is the Tonopah area. Drivers can spot Saddle Mountain there. If you'd like to see an interesting 16-minute YouTube video of Arizona's geography, they've got a guy by the name of Kyle who calls himself Geography King in that video. He says in Arizona, take advantage of any opportunity to sample cheese crisps, which are like open-faced quesadillas. Also, he reports tiki bread, a Hopi specialty, is a delicacy not to miss in Arizona. Either way, back to the previous stops, Ontario, California, he said, was busy. A lot of drivers milling about between the TA and where the Spirit was parked at the nearby Petro. There were more than 1,100 parking spaces for tractor trailers. But drivers expressed a lot of interest in OOIDA's push to reverse the per diem changes to the tax code that occurred under the tax changes under the Trump administration. We have bills that have been introduced in the House of Representatives and the Senate to do just that. Many company drivers got blindsided when they were stuck with higher tax bills from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act in 2017. It robbed you of the ability to deduct 80% of up to $63 in daily expenses for those meals while you're out there on the road. So OOIDA has asked leaders in Congress to rectify this situation for truck drivers. Earlier this month, Osborne said every OOIDA member and every company driver should be contacting their congresspeople about these bills, respectively. We've also pushed Congress to suspend the heavy vehicle use tax for a year as a way to bring a bit of relief to truck drivers. It's nothing exorbitant, but you've been called the heroes during the coronavirus pandemic. Of course, the other thing everybody's been talking about was the weather. Snow in California is always noteworthy. Palm trees, silk shorts, tank tops, and snow. Of course, snow has been a serious enough problem to require the I-5 to be closed in the Grapevine area with this latest winter storm. All right, stop by, see John. Give you a discount on becoming a member of OOIDA. He's got copies, typically of latest copies of Landline magazine, the monthly publication, and of course he's got vouchers, I guess you'd call it, for I think they've got flu vaccine, pneumonia vaccine, some others. So check it out. And we get back to our callers here on a Friday. Hello, Heatwave. It's been a couple days. What's going on?
Good morning, senor.
Morning.
Just hibernating here at the Hacienda after Monday's encounter with three idiots playing bumper cars on the I-70. We decided it was time to go home. And, man, I tell you what, after seeing what was going on there in Arizona yesterday, I think that was a pretty good deal we didn't go out. I mean, my God, that was a wreck and a half. So we're going to be heading out tomorrow morning, I hope. Of course, we only go west of 25, so we'll be running into the teeth of this new storm y'all been talking about. Yeah, well, at least I'll be sleeping for the first half of it, and I'll just have to deal with the rest of it when I get to California.
Mm-hmm.
So China's got this new test where they want to shove a swab up your hind end, huh?
That's what they're telling us. Sounds like fun, doesn't it?
Oh, I mean, I think a proctology exam is a lot better than that. But, they screwed us in the keister. Their with this virus, and it screwed up a lot of economies. And now they want to do it. Truthfully, they want to do it to us for real now. That's kind of sick of them son of the guns. So did I hear right that Horse Feathers is standing outside swinging? Or did I just completely misunderstand that?
Well, he's threatened to do so if we don't get to our 1,000 subscribers on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube page. We're up to 903 was the last check. So I don't think he gave us an actual deadline to reach that, but that was his threat anyway. Yes.
Oh, hell, please hurry up, get to 1,000. We don't want to have that swinging out in photos.
Thank you so much.
Goodness gracious. Oh, damn. Hell, I got a lot of stuff written down here so I didn't forget. We already talked about the weather out there in California and Arizona. Yeah, when we got back Monday evening, it was cold, and it was getting to where the clouds were coming out. We actually had 6.9 inches here in Edgewood, New Mexico, which was nice, and it was a real moist snow, not dry. It actually stayed on the ground, so we sure could use a whole lot more than that. What do they say that an inch of water is equal to 6 inches of snow? I don't know if I heard that right or not, but it was like a 6 to 1.
Right.
But our finally, I guess our ski resorts are going to start opening up, start Saturday. So that ought to be interesting. And the crazy thing is they have to ski with the mask on. Now, how damn ignorant is that?
Really?
I mean, you're out in the open air. Yeah, you're going to be going by people, but I don't think you're going to have to worry about wearing the damn mask. Not unless, and I don't know how they're going to do the rides going up to the top, if they're going to have two people on the gondolas or if they're just going to have one person. But I mean, even then, if it's just one person, why worry about having a mask on outside? Well, that's liberal logic. It's beyond me. I don't know what's going on there.
Right. Most skiers wear a mask anyway. Typically when you're out there on the mountain in the snow, it's pretty cold. I thought most of them wore, the face mask coverings because they keep your cheeks from getting wind burned and all that stuff.
Well, not this redneck. I mean, when I went skiing, I had long johns on for the pants and the shirt.
Yeah.
I just had blue jeans in a coat. That was it. That was the first time I ever went skiing. So I didn't worry about being the correct way of being a skier. I just did it the way I normally do. And so I didn't have no mask on. In retrospect, I probably should have had, but what the heck? Yeah, I didn't wear it, and it didn't bother me, and I'm still here, so that's awful good.
Right.
That the TFI out of Canada, when they acquired the LTL of UPS, now they bought Conway, which in turn had bought CFI prior to getting bought by that Canadian group. And they kept the LTL part of that, and CFI bought themselves out. But I can't remember who is it that TFI has now, or TFL has, that acts as their carrier, LTL carrier.
Oh man,
I can't remember.
Was it XPO?
And I can see it, but I just can't remember. Who?
XPO? Is that the one?
XPO, that's it, yeah. So you got XPO, and then you got this new acquisition. Man, that's a lot of LTO. That's probably the largest one out here now, isn't it?
I think they're
They're
saying
gonna
that. I believe they're saying that when it's all done, that would, I think that would be the biggest.
My goodness. And for $800 million, I think they got a steal on that. You know, I mean, YRC, the company I drive for, sorry, folks, I mean, getting $700 million from the government just to stay afloat. And here we are having issues trying to get loads for us. And it's like, you know, for $700 million, you could have got one or two more load planners out there so we can keep running. I mean, when we stopped running on Monday night, well, yeah, we had already had some miles before then. But, I mean, hell, we still had about 30 hours each. We could have run another, 3,000 miles with, 54 hours each, total.
Sure.
I mean, that was money not well spent by the government to us if we can't get loads. And I just ain't real happy with it. But I guess as long as I'm running, I shouldn't have to worry about insurance or anything like that right now. Of course, my dad did tell me, he says, you know what, get all the credit cards you got and go ahead and max them out and then file bankruptcy, because that's what's going to happen here anyways with this guy in office. And I tend to agree with him, but that 10% of me that disagrees is like, well, maybe we ought to just ride this out and see. So I don't know. Well, I got the headset. They come in the mail on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And yesterday we went ahead and got we were going to get the new the Apple 11, iPhone 12 that were on T-Mobile.
Mm-hmm.
They said, come on in, get these phones on us. Well, I wasn't going to spend $2,400 just to get 3 phones. And then they would, I guess, reimburse me later for that $2,400. I was like, well, that really isn't on them. So we went ahead and got the iPhone 11s. And I tell you what, I went from an Android to an iPhone, and man, it is aggravating, because all this stuff that you got to relearn on a different system, different program. And I tell you, if it weren't for my daughter and my wife to calm me down and to set me up with the phone going, I'd be screaming and hollering and carrying 2 separate phones just to make sure I don't miss anything.
Right.
But the headset, I'm really enjoying it. I got it on right now, and it feels comfortable. I've got the Duo in the box here. It's already charged up, ready to go. So whenever we head out tomorrow, I'll be sure to put that other one on. I can listen to my Netflix movies while we're going down the road in stereo. So right now, I'm pretty well pleased with what's going on.
All right.
Save for the new phones. But yeah. So anyways, well, other than that, did I miss anything else between Tuesday and today?
I don't think anything extravagant. No, we've just been plugging away. So now gearing up for the weekend.
Well, yeah, I'm over here with my Diet Dr. Pepper and my Jack Daniels. So I think a few more swallowers of that good stuff, and I'll probably be ready for bed here in another hour or so.
Call it a night. All right. Well, hey, thanks for checking
Yes,
in,
sir.
Heatwave. Yep. Have a good weekend. And yeah, your headset sounds good.
Hey,
I mean, of course, you're not out in the truck right now, where you would typically have your background noise and all that. But yeah, sounds good. All right, that frees things up. A lot lines available. Lines wide open around the country here on a Friday at 844-844-3388. We're rapidly going to be approaching the halfway mark for another show. I think we're down to, I believe we only need 94 more subscribers, and we'll be able to stream live from the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube page. Help us out there. Get it done if you have not yet subscribed. Earlier, Eagle had brought up the stimulus package, the stimulus plan, which the gridlock in Washington, it's not going to change. And I guess yesterday was another prime example of just that, because we see that President Biden is personally reaching out to Republican lawmakers because he's getting a rather cool reception for that $1.9 trillion plan. Susan Collins of Maine said she spoke with Biden Tuesday, telling reporters yesterday that it was a friendly call. I've known him for years. Ohio Senator Rob Portman also spoke with Biden this week, according to NBC News, trying to get bipartisan support for the stimulus. Supposedly is the goal of Biden, which would enable the plan to move more quickly. Democrats in Congress are preparing to proceed alone, go it alone, through a process called budget reconciliation, which would take longer and potentially remove some pieces from consideration. Those Democrats are signaling they're going to move ahead with the reconciliation next week, while Republicans are saying that this will actually hinder any attempt to try to come up with any sort of a bipartisan bill. It's certainly not helpful, according to Susan Collins. But we knew that they've got the control of the House. They can go it alone on these items that simply have to have a simple majority, because with the 50-50 split, all you need is Kamala Harris, and you got your 51. Elections have ramifications. And I guess we can't put all the blame on the state of Georgia for that 50-50 split, but it sure looked, after election night, when Joe Biden was, eventually declared the winner, sure looked like that people would have enough common sense to at least try to keep a system of checks and balances in place, giving at least the Senate the ability to stop the Democrats from ram-running anything and everything they want, their entire wish list, down the throat of the American people. More on that subject, though. That apparently some of the Republicans were, I guess, trying to split up the $1.9 trillion plan into smaller chunks, they tell us yesterday. All right, despite Joe's calls for unity, Democrats said the stubbornly high unemployment numbers and the battered U.S. economy have left them unwilling to waste time trying to court Republicans that might not even ever materialize. They do not want to curb the size and the scope of the package that they say will provide desperately needed money to distribute the vaccine, reopen schools, send cash to the American people and businesses. Biden has been, as I just shared, appealing directly to Republican and Democrat lawmakers while signaling his priority to press ahead. We've got a lot to do, and the first thing we've got to do is get this COVID package passed, he said yesterday. The standoff is turning the new rescue plan into kind of a political test of the new administration, Democrat control of Congress, and the role of Republicans in the post-Trump political landscape. Success would give Biden a signature accomplishment in his first 100 days in office, unleashing $400 billion to expand vaccinations, to reopen schools, $1,400 direct payments to households, and, of course, numerous other priorities, a gradual increase in the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. A failure to do so would be seen as a high-profile setback early in his presidency. Democrats in the House and the Senate are operating as though they know there's borrowed time. Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi are laying the groundwork to start what they're going to call the go-it-alone approach as soon as next week. They're drafting a budget reconciliation bill that would start the process to pass the relief package with, and we knew this would be coming, a simple 51 vote Senate majority, rather than the 60 vote that you would typically need in the Senate to advance any sort of legislation. The goal would be passed by March, when jobless benefits, housing assistance, and other aid currently is set to expire. Schumer said, everywhere you look, the alarm bells are ringing. We have to act big with the COVID-19 economic crisis. All right. Rob Portman, former White House budget director under George W. Bush, said he wants a deeper accounting of what funds are remaining from the $900 billion package that we passed back in December. I mean, literally, the money has not gone out the door, he said. I'm not sure I understand why they're trying to say there's a grave emergency right now. Very interesting. All right, some of what's going on in the political arena, the COVID package. I know of the $900 billion. I'm not sure how much of that was going to be the $600 checks that went to the American people. I think most supposedly have received that by this point in time. All right, we'll get more of your calls coming up here at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Back after this.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, see what we got going here. First of all, it's Friday. That's a good thing. Always like Fridays. And I almost forgot. My daughter's birthday today. I look up at the screen and Ron's calling. He wanted to say happy birthday to my daughter. What's going on, Ron?
Yeah, how are you tonight, man? It's kind of an important day today, you know?
I had to think a
Oh,
little
that's
bit.
crazy. Are you there?
She'll be 33 today. I'm starting to feel like I'm getting old a little bit here, you know?
Yeah, we're closer to death than we are at high school graduation.
Thank
Just
you.
remember
Well,
that.
that's true. Yeah. Okay, thanks for reminding me.
Couple things I just wanted to find out about. Well, I had this thought today when I was driving around. Is there any way we can start impeachment process over this new president at all? I mean, is there any way we can do that?
Yeah, well.
I mean, this guy has I know it's a far-fetched thing, but think about what he's done in less than a week. I mean, I got my 13-year-old daughter calling me up and asking, find out about what this transgender thing is and everything else. But that's one thing, But when it comes to this unbelievable pipeline deal, I mean, these poor people are just destitute. I was reading about or listening to somebody tonight about it. I mean, you're getting rid of jobs that he flat out said in October in a town hall meeting that he was not going to get rid of jobs. He wanted to unite the country.
Yeah.
I mean, what is that, Steve?
I want to create jobs. I want to create jobs.
Right.
Oh,
well, the only way you create jobs is lower taxes and give people, get the.
He says the jobs he killed this week. I mean, openly admitting that he killed jobs. Well, we're going to get all these people a new job. We're going to get them a new job in the clean energy sector, solar and wind, and all the clean energy. So I don't know how that.
Well,
works.
that's fine, but yeah, exactly. I mean, I think the Caterpillar president came on one of the stations that I saw. And he says, you're not going to get an earth mover that's going to be electric for a very long time.
Right.
I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen. You're not going to get, a truck, and electric trucks are coming, but, it's just not going to happen. I don't know. I don't know if it's just me or just a feeling of just doom that's all around us, man. I mean, this is just his first week, for Christ's sake. I don't know if we're going to be able to take this. I mean, this is crazy.
You see on the social media where people are posting, hey, where did all these Biden supporters go? I'm not seeing all these posts about the great things that he's doing in his first week, but, like 3 dozen executive. Where's all of his supporters praising all these great things that he's done?
There's none that I can see.
Okay.
And I listen to the radio and watch, I mean, it's crazy. I don't get it. But on a happy note, I just want to wish your daughter, Bethany, a happy birthday. I know it was her birthday. I saw it on Facebook, so I just thought I'd call in tonight and on a happy note going into Friday. No doom and gloom with our current president and our situation.
Right.
It's time to drink. It's time to drink.
I kind of I remember back on it would have been like, well, I guess this night 33 years ago. And of course I was only, I guess, 23 at the time. And I was kind of feeling like, this is the end of the line. I mean, once I have a kid, man, I'm not going to be able to do nothing anymore. And I went out with my buddy Nick that night, and I think I got home pretty much crap-faced at like 3 o'clock in the morning. And, Lisa was scheduled to have a C-section that morning. Suffice it to say, she was not.
She had to be
She was pissed. She was so mad she could spit nails, and I was. Yeah, you're out drinking, and I'm going. I'm going to go through this in 6 hours. What the hell's wrong with you?
Oh, I know. I mean, I had the same thing at 23 years old with Ronnie. My oldest son.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's scary at that age. Oh my God, I'm really got to grow up now.
So one last night of being a fool.
What? Yeah. Yeah, well, you stopped with Stephen. I kept going. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
A menace to the economy and to human population.
Oh, boy.
But anyway, I just wanted to leave on a good note tonight before I leave work, and I just want to say hey, and I'm glad this show's taken off for you, big guy.
All right.
That's fantastic.
Yep. Thank you so much.
Well, have a good weekend.
Yep. Thanks for checking in. You got it. Yeah, that was a night. I'm trying to remember. I think I actually stopped it I don't know if there was a 24-hour Kroger or something opened at that time. I stopped somewhere and brought like some flowers home to the wife. I don't think she gave a squat about those flowers. Boy, the memories are kind of fuzzy, but all right. He brought up the oil, then the executive orders, decimation of jobs, negative impact to an economy that's already struggling under the pandemic, right? As we all too well know. I think they came out with the numbers yesterday, I do believe, that I think the year 2020 saw the United States economy shrink. I believe it was like 4%, which I think going back to the records, I think the worst economic growth year since 1946, I believe it was. It's not Trump's fault. It's obviously the pandemic's fault. Yeah, technically, it probably could have been a whole lot worse had someone like Joe Biden been in office for 2020. It's the way I see it, but I know we all have differing opinions. That's fine. But fighting back to keep those oil jobs, the energy sector. Do you know how many people the energy sector employs in this country? Does anyone realize how big it is? It is massive. You don't become the world's largest oil producer without having millions of jobs dependent on that sector. That's what we had become. It looks like in fairly short order, that's going to be going backwards. We'll be dropped to number 2, number 3. How far back are we going to go? Texas is vowing to fight back, though. The top elected official in the largest oil and gas producing state this past day pledging to fight Joe Biden's executive orders. He said this is going to undercut Texas's energy production. In a case of dueling executive orders, Texas Governor Greg Abbott authorized state agencies to bring legal challenges to Biden's policies. Of course, Joe Wednesday unveiled a series of actions to combat climate change. This was Wednesday a week ago. Pausing oil and gas leases on federal land, cutting fossil fuel subsidies. When it comes to threats to our jobs, Abbott says, you've got a governor who's got your back. Now, speaking to workers at an oil field service firm where he signed the executive order, he says, quote, Texas will protect the oil and gas industry from any type of hostile attack from Washington. Now, he said state agencies should identify opportunities to sue the federal government where they find federal overreach. Abbott, who, as the state's attorney general, sued the federal government 31 times over a period. There are cities in Texas also that would be prohibited from banning natural gas appliances under state bill that he's going to file. Texas, the great state of Texas, produces 41% of crude production in this country, 25% of natural gas, according to the Energy Information Administration. The state lost about 60,000 energy jobs 2020, according to an energy lobby group. 60,000 energy jobs. Well, that was all right through the pandemic between February and August of last year. And maybe would you call it an unholy alliance? The oil industry looking to forge an alliance with the nation's corn growers, the biofuel producers, to lobby against the Biden administration's push for electric vehicles. So far, it's been kind of a cool reception, according to several sources. But the effort to promote liquid fuels and combat expected federal subsidies for electric vehicles, this marks a rather unusual attempt by the petroleum industry to join with their longtime rivals, which goes to show the scale of concern over Biden's measures to combat climate change and tamp down fossil fuels. Now, these two, the oil industry and the biofuels, the producers are actually competitors for space in our gas tanks in this country. But everyone shares a desire to ensure that there's going to be a future for the internal combustion engine. This also reflects the shifting political landscape in Washington. The oil industry's influence has definitely waned since Biden replaced Trump. But the Farm Belt is still a very powerful political constituency. The American fuel and petrochemical manufacturers, the Oil Refining Trade Group, confirmed that they've been contacting state and national representatives of the corn and biofuel industries in recent weeks, trying to get some support for a policy that might reduce the carbon intensity of transport fuels and block efforts to provide federal subsidies for the electric vehicles. I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, that proposal would be an alternative to Biden's goal of electrifying the nation's vehicle fleet and would ensure a market for liquid fuels like gasoline and corn-based ethanol. The refining sector has already in the past made attempts to find some sort of common ground with the biofuel rivals, but these latest efforts have taken on an added sense of urgency since Joe Biden has taken office. Yeah, this whole idea was going to have to take a whole lot of time to come together, but we have been making some progress. All right. Where does it go from here? Like I said, the unholy alliance. Yeah, two that traditionally butted heads. But all right, with that, it's 844-844-3388. Who we got on the line here? Is it the Horseman?
Hey, boss man.
Hey.
Yep. You were talking about that trucker burger last night, so I decided I'm running out across 10, so I decided tonight I'd stop and try one of them.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, Eloy, Arizona.
Yep. They're probably about an 8-ounce patty uncooked. They're a pretty good-sized burger, and there's 2 patties on the burger with cheese and sauteed onions and whatever their special sauce is. But it's not a bad burger.
Okay.
A little steep on the price, I guess, but it's not a bad burger. I don't know if you guys are trying to pull them in for some advertisement or something like that, but and when I talked to the little gal behind the counter and told her where I heard about it, she just got all excited. So,
well, how about that?
But,
like she knew who we were. Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah. And where the spirit is, that's actually pronounced Tonopah.
Tonopah?
Tonopah, Arizona. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Figured I got it wrong. Of course I did. Tonopah.
You aren't. I'd have probably got it wrong the first time I tried to say it too. If I had been standing near around someone and heard it said.
Right. But all righty. So yeah, the trucker burger, not half bad, you're saying?
Not half bad.
Okay.
But other than that, that's about all I got.
All right, Horseman.
We're going to sit back and listen. We're about to cross over into California, and I'll have to jump back on reset my phone. So.
All right. Well, thank you for chiming in. Be safe out there. Boy, California, how far you got to go into that state? Get ready for some rain, because there's a lot more where that came from. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Doughboy says, when you go to order a Hot Shot Secret, if you're a CDL holder, let's see, you got to send a copy of your license to verify the CDL. And he said, who won the headset? All right, we announced that a little after 1 o'clock. Yeah, the headset was won by a UPS feeder driver out of, down in Kentucky. Powell, Gordy Powell. think he goes by the handle of Go Gordy. Yeah, Gordy won the Stellar electronic headset. Well, we're going to be giving another away next week, so never fear. You get in there and get registered. I imagine they'll have that up and ready to start taking submissions here in fairly short order. It may be up now, as far as I know. I have to double check that. But again, lines wide open here on a Friday at 844-844-3388. I'll be honest, I don't fully understand what the deal has been with this whole GameStop. The stock, you've been hearing about this, following this? I've seen headlines via Drudge and other sources for several days, and again, I'm not really understanding what's going on in the markets, but several stories trying to break down and explain where apparently the everyday Joe, the little man, has been they've turned the tables on the elite, the big hedge funds on Wall Street. The hedge funds apparently losing incredible amounts of money to the tune, I think it's billions of dollars. Now, this story, they say there's a group of Reddit users. Reddit, the social media platform, which I don't use it much, but they've turned the tables on Wall Street, pushing up the prices of previously unloved stocks in some firms, such as the aging video games. GameStop is the name of the chain we're all familiar with. GameStop supposedly has been struggling, and some were anticipating that they'd probably go under in fairly short order, like they're headed towards a bankruptcy kind of thing. Which, I guess when you're a big investor on Wall Street, you can bet that a stock price is going to go up, or you can bet that a stock price is going to go down. In other words, I think they call that you can short a stock. And when the price goes down, you kind of cash in. This Reddit community, Wall Street Bets, as they call it, has about 2.8 million subscribers. So they started urging members to keep pushing the stocks higher. The idea was that we're going to put the squeeze on these investment funds. They mentioned specifically Melvin Capital, Citron Research, two big hedge funds, I guess, that had put big-time bets for the stock to continue dropping, that they were going to continue to fall. Well, if you short a stock and the price is going up, and again, this is my limited understanding. Some of you probably that play in Wall Street know a lot more about it. Red Mule would have known a lot more about it. Was that the guy that used to call Mr. T, I think it was, who was the big investment guy, knows how all this stuff works. But when the price goes up, you've got to cover your bets, as they say, if you've shorted the stock. And it seems to have worked. There was virtually no change in the position of GameStop. They're very unstable, but their shares went from, get a load of this, from $18 about 2 weeks ago, $18 a share, to as high as $380 a share on Wednesday. So what do the big investment firms have to say about it? Citron Research acknowledged on Wednesday in a YouTube video that they have had to unwind the majority of their bets against GameStop's share price, taking a loss at 100%. I guess that means everything that they had bet, wagered that their stock was going to drop, they lost it all. Melvin Capital also pooling their resources from short positions on GameStop shares. Come Thursday morning, though, this is where things get interesting. The saga took a surprising twist, with shares down 20% in after-hours trade after the Reddit Investor Forum closed to the public temporarily. Reddit moderators closed the Wall Street Bets forum to make adjustments, they say, after it was blocked on a chat app known as Discord due to, quote, obscene content. We blocked all bad words with a bot, which should be enough. But apparently, if someone can say a bad word with some sort of a weird Unicode, Icelandic characters, and someone takes a screenshot, you don't get to hang out with your friends anymore, according to one message from the moderators. They reached out to Discord, who said their decision to close the forum had nothing to do with what was going on with the share prices. Well, yeah, right. You believe that? All right, the trading frenzy has now spread around the globe, and actually the White House is on alert. They're saying, I urge investors, exercise the utmost caution before joining these social media-led stock frenzies like this. The valuations are expected to be extremely wild in both directions. There's a legitimate risk, though, that investors may get burned. But it's being pitched as a battle play of Wall Street versus the square mile versus the little guy, where in this case, at least at this point, the little guy has beat down the big investors, the elitists on Wall Street. This is not typically the way it's reasoned, though. Earlier this week, they say, we noted that in today's landscape, it's not the macro bubble that investors should be wary of. Any potential bursting of bubbles is likely to be within specific stocks, so usually, unlikely that it's going to rock the global financial markets, where we've seen things like that, the big bubbles that burst. We've seen in the past, but this particular macro bubble may really kill individual investors if you're caught off guard the way they explain it. Okay, Rush Limbaugh was kind of chiming in about this past day as well. What did Rush have to say about it? He said, this whole game stuff, this is the latest example of Washington elitists coming after ordinary Americans. Shares of GameStop soaring from going from $17.08 a share to $347.51 Tuesday. Brokerage firms such as Robinhood and TD Ameritrade restricted trading on Wednesday and Thursday after this unexpected surge in trading volumes. And what started off with just the GameStop also had, I think, AMC. Remember the movie theater chain? Movie theater chains, they're all on the brink of bankruptcy. They started doing the same thing with AMC. Now, Limbaugh said that this move was made to protect the hedge fund billionaires. Talking about restricting trading. Folks, it's not just political now. The elites are bent out of shape that a bunch of average, ordinary users have figured out how to make themselves billionaires. I've been studying it all morning. Best thing I can tell you is whatever you think is going on in politics with the Washington establishment, the deep state, what you have, it's the exact same thing in finance. According to Rush, there are those who are allowed to make a lot of money and those that aren't allowed. If you can figure out how to make a lot of money, if you're like Donald Trump and you figure out how to get elected, you figure out how to beat the deep state, they're going to come and they're going to come wipe you out. They're going to destroy you, and that's what's happening with GameStop, he says. He explained where, as I just tried to explain, the users of the Reddit figured out how to game the system. They joined together, turned the stock market into a profit-making device for themselves. Unfortunately, for the ordinary stock buyers and sellers, there's consequences. In the process, they're harming the intended winners in this financial circumstance, which would have been the big hedge funds out there. The hedge funds are supposed to be the ones making the money. Right now, they're not. And they're begging other hedge funds to bail them out. He went on to accuse the elitists of not wanting the average, everyday American to be able to strike it rich. Now they're actually making it clear to anybody that has the ability to notice that you're not allowed to use the stock market the way they do. You're not allowed to profit. You're not allowed to make the kind of money they do. This GameStop business now makes this something that is understandable beyond the political world, and that's the value of this. It's not just political anymore. It's not just that you can't think for yourself on issues and matters of politics. Everything is rigged in favor of the elitists, and this has come along and set that rigging. The hedge funds don't like it when the everyday Joe figures out. And really, I guess they were pushing this. How do you push the stock price up? By buying more of the stock? You're buying, and yeah. Meanwhile, the hedge fund short the billions of dollars, or I don't know how much, millions or billions of dollars that they had shorted on GameStop. They're having to pump money in and buy back those positions, because at some point they become worth zero. Yeah, you lost everything you had bet on the stock price going down. So I guess they're pissed. They're angry with all those. They're going to be coming for you, Reddit. All right, get back to your calls after we get a quick time out here as we head toward top of the hour. Several lines available at 844-844-3388. Making our way into a Friday, getting set for the weekend. You can send us out an email, steve@hotshotsecret.com. Send us messages to that toll-free number via text message and participate in the program. Love to hear from you. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Fire Punk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in a standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
I don't have the ability yet. One of these days we will, where I'll be able to share some of these cuts and things via the likes of YouTube and whatnot. Somebody sent me the video going back to, well, hell, this was just, remember the final days before the election? When we were supposed to be, it was supposed to be the actual final presidential debate, I believe the final one, with Joe Biden and Donald Trump on the stage together, mano a mano. Due to the COVID and all that, they ended up canceling the actual debate. So Joe Biden sat down for like a town hall forum type thing. Joe was with George Stephanopoulos. I forget. Trump held his own at the same time kind of forum, questions and answers. Of course, Donald Trump was berated with hardball questions, while George Stephanopoulos, of course, was lobbing softballs up to Joe Biden that evening. And apparently in that, during that discussion, there's the quote from Joe Biden, something akin to, "You cannot legislate through executive orders unless you're a dictator." Really? I'd have to go back again. I have to go back and I'll watch that later this morning and listen in. But I'm assuming he was alluding to some of the executive orders that had been issued by none other than Donald Trump when it comes to some of the border issues. Trump used his fair share of executive orders because Congress, as we all too well know, was deadlocked and had been for years and still is today. So Joe sweeps into office and right out of the box starts doing exactly what he criticized the former president of doing. He's issued many times the number of executive orders that any of the previous presidents ever issued. Again, it was like 5 in this amount of time for I think for Obama, 4 for Trump, maybe vice versa, 4 or 5, but 5 or less. Hell, he's over 36 already. Just a week and a day into his president. You cannot legislate through executive order unless you're a dictator. All right, Joe. So I guess we're all waking up to the reality, aren't we? Final week of January. We're into the final days of January now. And, we got our first full moon of the year. Several nicknames. Origins that can be traced to January's wintry weather. Full moon rising in the east this past evening. It's glowing bright all night long. As long as you've got clear skies, which we do. The moon shining bright overhead outside the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Regardless of what time of the month it rises, January's full moon is often called the wolf moon, as people hear wolves howling more often this time of year. It's traditionally thought that wolves howled due to hunger. We now know that wolves use howls to define territory or locate pack members or reinforce social bonds and gather for hunting, according to the Old Farmer's Almanac. Some weather-related nicknames for January's full moon include the freeze moon, the frost exploding moon, or the cold moon, according to the Old Farmer's Almanac. The full moon serves as a great reference point for stargazers trying to find Sirius, the brightest star in the sky. Sirius rises around the same time as the moon, and it's visible in that same region of the sky. If you're looking up to the moon at this point, appearing below and off to the right of the wolf moon. I'll gander at that next hour. In addition to being known as the dog star, Sirius. Sirius is sometimes referred to as the rainbow star because it appears to kind of flicker with different colors as opposed to appearing as a steady white star. The colorful flickering is actually, they tell us, caused by Earth's atmosphere rather than the actual star changing colors. And it can be seen with the unaided eye on a cold, crisp night. All right. Well, after this full moon, the next full moon shines during the final weekend of February, rising on February the 26th into the early morning hours of Saturday the 27th. This is another full moon that has nicknames based around the weather, including the snow moon or the groundhog moon. But Groundhog Day, obviously that's going to be about 3 weeks past by the time the groundhog moon rises. Yeah, Groundhog Day coming up February the 2nd. Next Tuesday, is that correct? I believe so. Punxsutawney Phil going to poke his head out. It's 844-3388. And see what kind of baloney the Knucklebuster has for us here on a Friday. What's happening?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. That little fat rodent, he can't predict the weather. I mean, so he might as well just go on and drink a beer or something there, you know.
You think?
A guy said not a bad burger. Five Guys have great burgers along with their fries too, so I don't eat bad burgers there, you know.
Yeah.
I laugh when old Robin Williams, he said President Trump was scary there because he played Monopoly with real buildings, right? So that was kind of funny. Out there in Oklahoma, there's a rancher out there. He's got Black Lives Matter on his fence out there.
Yeah.
It's a Black Angus cattle ranch, right?
Okay.
So, Black Lives Matter. I like it.
Yeah.
I like that Black Angus steak there, buddy. That's some good stuff there.
That's funny.
And them people in them Waffle Houses, they already inebriated enough. They don't need any more beer down there. But
right.
You know,
Waffle House is where you're supposed to go to sober up, right? It's like if it ain't the Waffle House, it's the White Castle. After you're 3 o'clock in the morning after a night of drinking.
Yeah, I'm telling you, buddy.
Well, you know what has 6 hooters and no teeth, right?
What's that?
Third shift. Third shift, right?
That's a Waffle House. That's funny.
Yeah, absolutely there, bro. I bet old Tom Brady's glad he ain't up there in Boston with them wind chills you were talking about, man. I mean, shoot, that'd be too cold for me. I wouldn't be able to stand up much there. And my daughter got smart. She married a HVAC man, so we don't have to worry about getting our air conditioners and heaters fixed. We just call him and let him come do it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he don't give me no family break either, though, buddy. He charges me full deal there. And I was listening to one of your commercials there. I didn't know I had air in my diesel there. I know I got a lot of hot air in behind the steering wheel, but shoot. You're not even going to laugh at that?
Hot air in your what?
It says, the commercial says you got air in your diesel.
Okay.
I didn't know that. I know you can get water in your diesel, but the air in your diesel, I don't know about no air in my diesel, but I know I got a lot of hot air in behind the steering wheel. Of this truck, right?
Okay. It went right over my head, Knuckle Buster. What the hell?
Well, you married a redhead, not a blonde, so you're all right there.
All right, yeah.
One of our drivers, he got a ticket for driving 75 and a 45 there, and they wrote him a ticket for having a loose lug nut there. So I knew that wasn't the steering wheel and the lug nut on the wheel out there. That's the lug nut in behind it there, right?
Bingo.
And yeah. Didn't I hear you mention Larry, the cable guy, last night about get her done?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, well, you know, there's only one guy that ever got it done, Steve, and his name was Jesus Christ there, and that's all of my steak and bologna this morning. So have a great, blessed weekend, and enjoyed you all week, buddy. Look forward to seeing you next week.
I will look forward to that. You do the same. Be nice to Mrs. Knucklebuster, by the way. All right. All right. It's 844-844-3388. A Friday coming on. Many years ago. Email, by the way. I believe in 2007, I spoke to you about the evolving situation in the South China Sea and China taking over a number of islands and reefs to create their own unsinkable aircraft carriers. That was the wording that they used at the time. What are these? Was a string of shoals and reefs called the Spratly Islands. As we now know, they are fully militarized. Each of these outposts and are now threatening Taiwan. And definitely the rhetoric is becoming more and more aggressive. Now, I'm sending you an article from this past day, and I'm a lot closer to the situation in the U.S. physically, so it greatly concerns me. Now, this is from Sylvester down in Australia. I sure hope this does not come to fruition, but I am certain that eventually there will be a war. Remember, folks, if you buy a Chinese-made product, no matter how small, you're eventually buying a bullet or a part of another system that will kill Americans. Don't buy Chinese. Now, the headline to the story he sent from his 9 News source in Australia. His headline, China raises pressure on Taiwan. Warning, independence means war. I had a separate story. It may be the same story I have because I haven't pulled up his from Australia yet. But Reuters this past day did say China has toughened up their language towards Taiwan Thursday. Warning after recent stepped-up military activities near the island that There's the quote, independence means war, and that its armed forces were acting in response to provocation and foreign interference. Taiwan, claimed by China as its own territory, reported multiple Chinese fighter jets and bombers entering its southwestern air defense identification zone last weekend. We touched on that earlier this week, prompting Washington to urge Beijing to stop pressuring Taiwan. China believes that Taiwan's democratically elected government is moving the island towards a declaration of formal independence. Although Taiwan's president has repeatedly said it is already an independent country called the Republic of China, its formal name. Now, asked at a monthly news briefing about the Air Force's recent activities, Chinese defense minister says Taiwan is an inseparable part of China. The military activities carried out by the Chinese People's Liberation Army in the Taiwan Strait are necessary actions to address the current security situation in the Taiwan Strait and to safeguard national sovereignty and security. They are a solemn response to external interference and provocations by Taiwan independence forces. There are a handful of people in Taiwan that are seeking the island's independence. We warn these independence elements, if you play with fire, you will burn yourselves. Taiwan independence means war. They haven't really come out with that strong of wording. While China has never renounced the use of force to bring Taiwan under its control, it is unusual for Beijing to make such a overt verbal threat of conflict. Asked about the remarks, again, I full well see this as a test of the new administration in Washington, D.C. I think China knew very clearly what kind of response would be forthcoming from a Trump administration. They're looking to test the waters. Let's just see, what's Sleepy Joe going to do about it? Pentagon spokesman John Kirby said there was no reason that tensions between China and Taiwan need to lead to anything like confrontation. But he did reaffirm the long-standing U.S. military support of Taiwan's self-defense. Kirby said, I quote, we have obligations to assist Taiwan with their self-defense, and I think you're going to see that continue, like it's not going to change. This was actually the first Pentagon briefing since the new administration. Taiwan's Mainland Affairs Council said China should think carefully and not underestimate the island's determination to defend its sovereignty and uphold freedom and democracy. Do you know how quickly things could really go to hell in a handbasket? Just think about it for just a few moments. What was one of the big lessons we learned very early on in the COVID pandemic, when so many millions in China were under quarantine? The factories were not up and operating. We learned that some of our life-sustaining medications, our drugs, the antibiotics that we rely on to fight off bugs here in the United States, we rely nearly 100% on China, about 80% China. I think the other 20% may be India. We are totally dependent on them for the finished product and or the raw materials. We don't manufacture any antibiotics in the United States anymore. That was a real eye-opener for me. That was downright frightening. As time progressed, we started learning of other things that we absolutely must rely on China for. How did we get in this position? If war breaks out, China, Taiwan, and the United States takes the side of trying to back the Taiwanese, What do you think happens to all those things that we wholly rely on China for? Where does the healthcare system go? We don't have any antibiotics. It's been almost a year ago when I said that has to be addressed like right now. To date, I haven't seen or heard anything about trying to bring the drug manufacturing back to the United States. But that has to be done post haste. And a lot of other things as well, way too many things that we rely on China that we can't survive without these varying parts and whatnot. Now, in just recent weeks, we've seen auto manufacturers shutting down operations, lack of parts, chips, some of the computer chips and whatnot you have to build the automobiles. And that's all coming out of China. All right, better wake up. And Sylvester, yeah, I think you're right. I hope this does not come to fruition, but wow. He's certain that eventually there will be war. We better be making preparations for that now. Hello, Big Sexy.
Good morning, Steve.
Morning.
I know you just touched on it. One of the things I called about was the deal with Biden and his executive orders. I saw that same video you're trying to open. I saw it on the news where they were talking about the video. They showed the video of him sitting there talking to in that interview where he said the not using Congress and doing it by executive order is the way dictators act.
Exactly.
And then he turns right around and breaks the record for executive order. So, word for that is called a hypocrite.
Yep, that pretty much defines the Democrat Party, if you ask me.
Hey, you're right there. And on your deal about the new way of testing for the COVID, I don't think I want to be tested that way if I have my choice.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't sound very exciting to me either. I'd say I'll pass on that.
On the COVID deal, Chicago, the kids are still out of school, have been for about a year. And did you see the deal on the news yesterday about the teachers there not wanting to go back to school? Instead, they put out a dance video saying that why they shouldn't be back in school. A dance video. What's that got to do with COVID?
Okay. No, I didn't catch that.
Now, you ought to see that video. They're all dancing around in their little dance outfits, and, saying that. I forgot what they were saying, but anyway, I think it was Newsmax that was just making a joke out of those teachers because of the way they were acting.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about Newsmax. I've left Fox. That's where I get my news. Newsmax now. I don't even watch Fox anymore.
A lot of people. That's why they've been growing so fast. Yeah, and everybody's noticing. Yeah. Fox is kind of reeling from the people abandoning their ship and going to Newsmax.
Yeah, I saw. I think it was the Newsmax advertisement where their app, I think the last quarter of last year or something like that, was downloaded 4 million times. I wish they would get on the Sirius XM like Fox is. They're not on there yet, or I haven't been able to find them on there. But yeah, that's where I get about all my news from now is Newsmax.
Mm-hmm.
And on the weather, that's just terrible what's going on out in California.
Yeah, you go from one extreme to the other. They've been talking for so long about how dry the winter has been out there. And of course, we had red flag warnings about 2 weeks ago out there with the Santa Ana winds. You know, that's all in the past now. I mean, with all the moisture they've got, at least for a period of time, wildfire threat's going to be over. But I mean, the flooding is going to be just astronomical.
Yeah, I saw videos of all the mudslides and all that. Our weather here, we've always had a saying here: if you don't like the weather, just wait 5 minutes; it'll change. Within about a 72-hour period, we had all 4 seasons, in just about one day, really. We hit 70 degrees and snow the next day.
Wow. Yeah. That's Denver-like weather.
Yeah. That's the way it is here. You know, you have to just about wear a short sleeve and carry a heavy coat with you all the time. So you never know what you're going to get. Well, I'll let you finish up your day, and I know I don't listen on Mondays because we don't run a paper on a Monday anymore. So I don't run a Monday route, but then I listen to you the next 4 days. So after today, I'll catch you Tuesday morning.
All right. Well, have a great weekend. Thanks for checking in, Big Sexy. Be safe. There you go. All right. I pull up, refreshing the radar here is, the heavy rains have officially shifted now into the southernmost reaches of California. Now, just to the east of Bakersfield, you've got higher elevation snow. The heaviest rains now extending from right about Los Angeles down into Tijuana, Mexico. I've got more rain a little further north, still streaming in to central California. If I can zoom in a little bit closer there, let's see. We've got Delano, Visalia, Coalinga, California. All areas, more heavy rains up between San Jose, San Jose and Modesto. Easy for you to say. But yeah, just the rain, the stream of moisture keeps piling in. But as they've been telling us last couple of days, the southernmost reaches of California, you're in line. Worst yet to come as we head into Friday. Through the day today, the torrential rains continue to fall. All right, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios back after this on a Friday.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
We are sorry, but the show has
most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market, using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I'm actually looking at the list here. Wow, it's more than I even realized. We know Biden's been executive ordering or memoranduming every damn thing. From Market Watch, they say, as people in the markets around the world adjust to having Joe Biden as president, a key factor is what Joe Biden aims to accomplish without having to work with Congress. He is making use of executive orders affecting health care, the energy sector, prison stocks, and many others. Market Watch has put together a table showing the orders that he signed starting his first day in office, as well as other executive orders and actions that have followed and several that are still anticipated. What a list. Re-engage with the World Health Organization. Create position of COVID-19 response coordinator. Rejoin Paris Climate Agreement. Revoke the Keystone XL pipeline. Pause energy leasing in Anwar. Several requests that he put out, I guess because he can't executive order it, asking agencies to extend the eviction or foreclosure moratoriums, asking the Education Department to extend the student loan pause, Now more executive orders. Launch the initiative to advance racial equity, ending the 1776 Commission. Revoke orders that aims to exclude undocumented immigrants from the census. Preserve and fortify the Dreamers Act, DACA for short. That's a memorandum requiring masks, social distancing on all federal properties by federal workers. Reverse the travel ban targeting primarily Muslim countries. A proclamation stopping construction of the border wall. Executive orders combat discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation / gender identity. Require ethics pledge for executive branch personnel. A memorandum to modernize and improve regulatory review. End harsh and extreme immigration enforcement. Executive order. A memorandum expanding or extending protection from deportation from Liberians in the United States. Revoke certain executive orders concerning federal regulation. A memorandum that freezes any new or pending regulations. Fill supply shortfalls in the fight versus COVID-19 with the Defense Production Act and other measures. That was an executive order. Increase FEMA reimbursement to states for the National Guard and personal protective equipment. Establish a COVID-19 pandemic testing board and expand testing. Bolster access to COVID-19 treatments and clinical care. Improve the collection and analysis of COVID-related data. A directive to mount a vaccination campaign, the goal of 100 million shots in 100 days. And the list goes on. Provide guidance on safely reopening schools. OSHA guidance for keeping workers safe from COVID. Require face masks at airports and other modes of transportation. Let's see. Ask agencies to boost food aid and improve delivery of stimulus checks. Restore collective bargaining power for the federal workers. Repeal the ban on transgender people serving openly in the U.S. military. Tighten Buy American rules in government procurement. Reinstate the coronavirus travel restrictions on Brazil, most of Europe, and adding South Africa in. He said that was xenophobic. Direct the Housing and Urban Development to address discriminatory housing practices. Combat racism against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. That's a memorandum. A memorandum directing agencies to engage in consultations with tribal governments. Executive order, pause new oil and gas leasing on U.S. lands, waters, elevate climate change as a national security and foreign policy priority. Reestablish the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology. That's an executive order. Reopen the Obamacare marketplaces, lower recent barriers to joining Medicaid. Several here that are yet to be signed. I guess this is going to be coming in short order, to be determined. The date, that is. End the Remain in Mexico program aimed at Central American asylum seekers. Yeah, you know what that's about. Honduras, Nicaragua, Guatemala, all those Central American countries where they're all pouring in, making their way through Mexico to get into the United States. Donald Trump implemented the you gotta stay in Mexico before we can, review, go through the paperwork, the process of allowing you to cross the damn border. Ending the Remain in Mexico program. Coming up, we'll be starting the rollback of a public charge rule, which imposes a wealth test on would-be immigrants, creating a task force to reunite migrant families who get separated at the border. That's the date, from January 20 to January 28. I mean, executive orders and memorandums, the likes that we've never seen from any president in U.S. history. And as Market Watch points out right there, all these things, this is his way of doing things without having to work with Congress, which in Joe Biden's own words, if you're governing without working with Congress, you can't do that unless you're a dictator. Huh. Well, is Joe our self-proclaimed dictator? What's happening, Philip? What's going on in Florida?
Oh, not much, bud. Just hanging out. Hey, do you know who won that fancy headset?
Yeah, it wasn't you.
Oh, sorry, man. I figured not. I didn't get the email.
Guy by the name of Go Gordy, a UPS feeder driver from down in northern Kentucky.
Oh, cool. Awesome. Hey, the president Trump, I should say, we different now, but Trump was trying to get us to be self-reliant. You were talking earlier about China and Taiwan. If you remember, before the pandemic, we were trying to get back on track to be self-reliant. Do you remember that?
Absolutely.
And that's one of our biggest problems here in America. We're not self-reliant. I mean, we don't make our own steel. We don't make anything hardly here anymore. And we're dependent on everybody else to do that stuff for us, and same way with all our medicines and whatnot. But we need to do that. We need to get back on that road again. And to be quite frankly, it's not going to do that. Have you looked at the market lately, Steve, since President Biden's in?
I think 24 hours ago I saw are we down like 1,000 points or something in the first week?
Well, if you look at it, I was looking at it yesterday. Everything was going down. I mean, when I looked at it, it was down like 116, which is not bad, but it's just that little bit of down every day adds up. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like since things have changed, the market has went down. A lot of crazy stuff's going on, like the situation with GameStop and all these other stocks are going. They're doing crazy stuff with the stocks right now since all this has went down. And I remember on Inauguration Day coming home from work, I think the fuel jumped, 30 cents down here in Florida, went up 30 cents in that one day. That's crazy. I mean, I don't know why. I mean, it just seemed like to me when Trump was in there, and I'm not beating on the Trump wagon, but it just seemed like to me, looking from my point of view, that everything was solid. Like if you looked at our fuel pricing back then, our fuel pricing was steady. It stayed at one point. Now it's up, down, up, down, up, down. It's going all over the place. And the market's doing the same thing. The market's going down because they're not confident in what his foreign affairs are going to be. And I think that's the big thing. I mean, our foreign affairs are going to draw a lot of things into it as well. And like you said, all these things that he's trying to put in place without Congress, it's going to make the market go everywhere. And we don't want that. We want the market steady like it was.
Well, and then when you start getting you get the saber rattling from China, that adds what they call the political uncertainties. Then we're going to add in Iran's going to be coming into play. Then North Korea. The political uncertainty really makes Wall Street jittery, puts them on edge.
Absolutely, and the investors it's going to drive the investors crazy. It's that's the way it works. When there's uncertainty, things go up. Like say about the fuel, their uncertainty is going to make the cost of a barrel of oil go through the roof.
Yeah,
and if that goes up, that's going to add more at the pump. It's just a lot of things. I mean, stuff that's happened before. Like we never seen alternative currency go up as it has been. Have you noticed that? Like this Bitcoin and all this other stuff. The prices went up.
Some are saying that is like we were talking about the macro bubble or whatever with the GameStop. I'm hearing that the Bitcoin thing is one of the biggest bubbles we've ever seen that's going to burst.
I imagine it will. If we stabilize off, I think it will bust. But with all this uncertainty and everything, the market's just going to be real sketchy. I wouldn't want to be an investor right now. I sure glad I don't invest, but you know, we just need to get back to being self-reliant. We depend too much on other people to do our stuff for us here in America. We need to get out of that. We need to do it ourselves. And that's like I said yesterday, we need to work together. And that's what it's about. It ain't about unity and all this other stuff. It's about working together to be the country. So, and that's all I got to say today, bud. You have a good one, man. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you very much. Have a great weekend there in Florida. Our pal Philip. Yeah, someone was asking, where's the monkey gouger been? I'm guessing he's just hunkered down at the Marina Del Rey. Because, yeah, I haven't heard from him in well over a week now. Hope everything's okay with the gouger. But he crossed my mind when I saw the story. You know, he's the big Chevrolet guy, right? He loves his Chevrolets. Said, can anyone envision the monkey gouger rolling down the highway in his all-electric Chevrolet automobile? I don't know that he'd be keen on that. Well, General Motors this past day making an aggressive push into electric vehicles. Yesterday, they established a goal of becoming carbon neutral in both their global production as well as operations by the year 2040. They're going to invest $27 billion in electric and autonomous vehicles over the next 5 years. That's a big increase over plans they made before the pandemic. They will offer 30 all-electric models by the year 2025. By the end of 2025, 40% of their U.S. models will be battery electric vehicles. They plan to include crossovers, SUVs, sedans, and trucks in their electric vehicle offerings. General Motors will source 100% renewable energy to power their U.S. sites. I guess they're manufacturing by the year 2030. And on a global level by the year 2035. GM also wants to eliminate tailpipe emissions from new light-duty vehicles by 2035. They will concentrate on offering zero-emissions vehicles in different price ranges. They're also working with others, including the Environmental Defense Fund, to build out the infrastructure to power the electric vehicles and promote the use of electric vehicles. Now, to account for carbon emissions that they cannot eliminate, GM expects to invest in carbon credits, as they call them, or offsets. They unveiled a new corporate logo this month to signify their new direction as they openly make the transition to all electric vehicles. They want to be seen as a clean vehicle company rather than the manufacturer of cloud-spewing gas-powered pickups and SUVs. What's the new logo? Well, they scrapped the old square blue logo for a lowercase GM surrounded by rounded corners and an M that looks like an electric plug. They also announced a new partnership with Microsoft this month with hopes of accelerating their rollout of the electric self-driving cars. So far, Wall Street has cheered the shift by GM, which says we being the industry, has reached a history-changing inflection point. We have to adopt to electric vehicles. Their shares apparently have actually outpaced even the high-flying Tesla, rising more than 20% to date. Shares rose almost 2% with the announcement yesterday. So if you're not a fan of electric vehicles, well, it sounds like here in the not-too-distant future, your options are going to be very limited. At some point, I guess, we will not be able to go to a car lot to even look at a new internal combustion engine automobile. That's the way it sounds to me. All right, who's on the line? What's going on this morning?
Hey, morning, Steve. This is Pup.
What's happening, Pup?
Hey, I'm all for, you was talking about the moon earlier. I'm all for naming it the cold moon. It was 16 degrees down there in Lexington. But did you happen to see that thing that was going around about Camellia Harris, a picture of her? It says, congratulations, you're the first woman vice president. Then the next one says, too bad your party doesn't recognize gender.
Yep. I did.
I don't know if you've seen that.
I did see that. You know, and it's true, though. Did they not make a declaration that in Congress, like in the House and whatnot, they will no longer use the gentleman or the gentlewoman will now speak, that kind of thing? They're going to be gender neutral.
Yeah. Hey, did you see old Pelosi had her feathers in an uproar today? She held a news conference. That newly elected congresswoman from Georgia has her, I think, scared, but she wants to start carrying her own gun into Congress and stuff, and because of the security and what have you. And now Nancy says, well, we don't only need protection from outside. She goes, now our enemies are inside the Congress.
Oh, boy. Wow.
So I didn't know if you'd seen that. And then, are you familiar with a fellow by the name of Charles Payne? He's on Fox Business.
Yeah.
He went on a big rant today about how the hedge fund guys went running to Washington to get this stuff stopped. Because if I understand it right, say like that GameStop had just 100 shares, and they shorted those, but they shorted them by saying they own 140 shares. So there's 40 ghost shares out there that nobody really owns. So say that opened to $18, like you said. When it dropped to $5, that's when that Ritter's and Robinhood and stuff like that told everybody to start buying, and Charles Payne told people to start buying. He said he had one young guy make over $50,000 on that by it going up. But what'd that close at? Didn't you say 300 and something?
Yes, sir. It's like
but see, by them saying they were shorting that by those stocks, they were saying that they were going to own those stocks. So by that going up to that percentage, I think it was like 133,000% or something like that's what they said. But now those hedge fund guys are responsible for paying off that percentage. That's why they're so mad, is because they not only lost their money, they lost another huge amount of money making up for that difference. So that's what but if you'd happen to YouTube or Google what Charles Payne had to say today, he puts it in layman's terms, and
Gotcha.
he went on a rant because he does not like those hedge fund guys.
Okay.
So, but then the last thing I got for you is, what do you think? Which way do you think our new transportation secretary would want to get his COVID test?
Okay. Would you like the throat swab or the anal swab? Okay.
Well, it's Buttigieg, so you know what he's going to take.
Well, he'd have the option, I suppose, if that comes here. So.
Shoot. Well, you have a good weekend, Steve, and don't drink too many Skull Busters.
All right. Thank you much. Yeah, in case you had missed that, yeah, I'm not kidding. I mean, the kind of thing is just something new with each passing day. You say, what the hell is this country coming to? They made a code of conduct change in the House of Representatives. They're swapping gendered language for what they're going to be referring to as gender inclusive terms in their official language. Nancy Pelosi and the Rules Committee chairman outlined the proposal in a package of rule changes to promote diversity and inclusion in the 117th Congress. Of course, the House had to vote on that, and of course, with the Democrat control, it was approved in a 217 to 206 vote, pretty much right down party lines. The rule change does not ban the use of gendered language in the House. Instead, it renames specific official language found in the House rules. The term seaman will be replaced with seafarers. Chairman will become chair. Terms for familiar relationships like mother, father, daughter, son, sister, or brother will be swapped with terms such as parent, child, or sibling. The phrase submit his or submit her resignation will be replaced with resign. The phrases he or she serves and he or she holds will be replaced with such member, delegate, or resident commissioner serves or holds, respectively. The words himself and herself will be replaced with themself. As House Speaker, I'm pleased to join Chairman McGovern introducing this visionary rules package, reflecting the views and values of the full range of our historically diverse House Democrat majority. The change comes apparently as a record number of LGBTQ lawmakers are joining Congress. Data from the LGBTQ Victory Fund, an organization dedicated to electing openly LGBTQ people who can further equality at all levels of government, found a historic number of openly such candidates won their races in the 2020 election, and that more were elected to the U.S. House than ever before. So there you go. Now, several Republican lawmakers had denounced the proposed change. Kevin McCarthy from California called it stupid. McCarthy previously supported the Defense of Marriage Act in 2011 that outlawed same-sex marriage. Kelly Loeffler, running against the Democrat challenger, Reverend Raphael Warnock, in a runoff for one of those Georgia Senate seats, which that race had not been decided yet, also decried the proposal, calling this is the far left's priorities. All right, so yeah, now you're up to speed. Got an hour yet to come here, so if you want to jump on board and chime in this morning, the line's available at 844-3388. Tim Jim will get you right out of the break. Dan's on the line. I think he wanted to touch a bit on the what's going on with Mike Lindell and My Pillow, and what's on your mind. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in a standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
So based on the latest Rasmussen poll, the majority of people in this country really are ready to move ahead, move on. And that goes back to the impeachment trial of Donald Trump. The Senate impeachment trial set to begin the week of February 8th. And if you ask most Americans, they will tell you this is actually just going to reinforce the divisions in this country. So say more than half of likely voters in the new polling results. Rasmussen survey found that voters by a 3-1 margin expect the upcoming trial to leave this country more divided rather than more unified. That's the account of the research in the New York Post as well. A mere 20% said the trial would have no effect on the political division. Even less, 19% said it would help to unify Americans. And as for whether Trump should be convicted of high crimes and misdemeanors on a charge of incitement of insurrection, that's kind of split. 50-50. The House voted, of course, 232 to 197 to impeach Trump for inciting the mob on January the 6th. Now, the Senate, of course, divided pretty much along party lines. They will start the trial next month. Have no idea how long this is going to last or exactly what shape it's going to take. They have not yet said, will witnesses be called for this? You have to come up with a 2/3 Senate majority to impeach a president, meaning every Democrat and 17 Republicans would have to vote for conviction. That's, for all practical purposes, they're saying that's not going to happen. At 45, Republicans supported the measure that was put forth by Rand Paul earlier this week that challenged the constitutionality of the trial to begin with, on the grounds that Donald Trump no longer even holds office. No impeachment has ever unfolded involving a president who has completed their term in office. Very ill-advised, says Democrat Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia. The legal system ruling on alleged crimes surrounding the Capitol riot would have an effect on the former president. Let that take its place. Let the investigators go on and the evidence come forth, and then we go forth from there. There's no rush to do this impeachment thing right now. It can occur later if it's really deemed to be necessary. But as we all know, the rush to impeach, no witnesses, no testimony, no nothing. And hell, they didn't even have, the details hadn't even unfolded yet as to how much premeditation had gone into this. We know there were groups that had organized. We know the intelligence community had already warned that they had heard the chatter about planned violence taking place at that rally on November the 6th. Whether it was strong, what would you call them, radical right-wing Trump supporters, or Antifa, or any other anti-government groups. It seems as though there must have been a combination of all the above there. For the first time, yesterday morning, I came across a video where old Alex Jones, remember Alex Jones, who, a couple years ago had been taken off the likes of all these various social media platforms like Donald Trump now has. But Alex Jones was there with his big megaphone, and if anyone was inciting, Alex Jones was one of them, that's for damn sure. He and many of his followers marching to the Capitol, some of his supporters saying, every damn one of us should be over there breaking those damn doors down and hauling them out one by one. Speaking of the members of Congress, the House, the Senate. So there's no denying some of them were, quote, Trump supporters. I think there's a little bit of everything that may have been in the mix there. All right, Tim Jim, thanks for hanging in there. Welcome into our final hour on a Friday. What's going on?
Not too much, Steve. It sounds like you're doing pretty good there. Can't wait to get to the house and open up that first Miller Lite, eh?
Sounds like a plan, brother.
Hey, a couple things there. You're talking there on the China. If you remember back, I think it was probably right after Clinton gave them World Trade status that the legal beagle started putting the squeeze on all the pharmaceutical companies for anytime they had a trial go bad or a best match and they're suing the crap out of them. So that's why all the pharmaceutical companies went to China, because there was no legal ramifications. They could kind of do as they want. And China being China, they just parlayed that into their big network of how they're actually taking over quietly a whole bunch of the world. They did the same over here in Ohio, north of Marietta. Their Ore Met Company, which used to be one of the major producers of aluminum and aluminum products, and had the highest quality aluminum. China went and bought up all the alumini, which is a raw product ore to make aluminum, and choked them out and put them out of business some years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And they did the same with the steel companies by buying up all the scrap steel. They just been slowly doing this, and governments let them do it, all in the name of money. I'm sure they're getting kickbacks, and they're all getting, their pockets lined. And now the big thing, which ties into the green weenies, with all of this thing for the alternative energy, all the windmills, the solar energy, and all that all depends. Our cars, your cell phones, all depend on rare earth minerals.
Correct.
Lithium being one of the leading things. None of those windmills, solar panels, or your cell phones work without the lithium, and China has the only source of lithium. They bought it all up to control it, along with almost all the other rare earth minerals that are needed for all the latest technology.
Mm-hmm.
So they've leveraged themselves into a situation where, like you were talking about, if war breaks out, we're going to have to go back a few decades in our way of life.
We're screwed. We'd be screwed.
Rebuild.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's a fact. And I don't know if you can have the chance to get a hold of the fellow, but I believe it's Steve LaBarber. He usually comes on with Gary Jeff on Saturdays, but he's like the environmental professor. He's got a bunch of degrees on the engineering and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But he went into the fact, like on the windmills and the solar panels and these lithium batteries, that the carbon footprint to manufacture these things is 10 times worse than the carbon footprint of all of our automobiles and factories we got going now that they want to get rid of.
Yeah. I've heard that. I've heard
and
that
the
for several
thing,
years. The manufacturing.
and the whole thing is, if you...
Yeah, the whole process of manufacturing the batteries, I guess the footprint, the carbon footprint, is so much greater that it takes, I don't know, like 3 or 4 years or something at least before you would ever begin to see any sort of a benefit of using the battery automobiles and whatnot.
Yeah, and it's also, like you discussed in the past, the electric grid will never handle it. I mean, we're so strapped on power now, which is another thing going back to this natural gas, where they've cut back the production with Biden's stroke of the pen. Right here in your state of Ohio and near me over in West Virginia, there is at least 5 power plants that are even built specifically for or converting over to natural gas, reliant 100% on the fact that we have so much gas available in the ground right now and the pipelines that are coming online. But now that they've all been stopped, what's the future of all these power plants? Which is going to, like I said, there's at least 5 of them right there they're up in the air. That is going to further tax the power grid.
Tax the power grid, and it means we're all going to be paying more for our electric bills. I mean, the idea was, hey, we're gonna get rid of that nasty, dirty coal, and we're gonna transition over to the clean burning natural gas. And someone suggests, well, wait, what happens when the price of natural gas goes up? We're all gonna pay.
Yeah, that's the part they're not telling you about with all this switchover. And once you're dependent to one, then they take that away, then you've crashed that whole system. So and all this is leading. I mean, I know you probably, like me, you've watched a whole bunch of science fiction movies since the 70s on up, and we're just going to that society where everybody wears the same clothes, they say the same words, and you got the the armed robots watching over everybody. You know, I mean,
Right.
it's Orwell's 1984. It's kind of a scary thing when you look down and then you start following the money to see who's actually getting rich out of all this stuff. It's quite the bleak future.
Well, Tim, Jim, crazy times. Well, thanks for checking in, though. Appreciate hearing from you. You be safe out there, and we'll talk to you maybe next week.
Okay.
Good deal. All right, there you go. Old Tim Jim. I can't believe 17 years has already come and gone. Is that right? Well, it seems like just yesterday, but we're talking about the 17-year cicada. And I reside in the part of the country, and it's a large area of the country. It's called Brood X, Brood 10, the largest, most widespread brood of cicadas in the country. Going to be coming out this spring. The 17-year cicada. It's different than the annual cicadas that you see around the country. Beginning mid-May, they say, they're likely to appear in 15 states. From Delaware to Georgia, Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, Maryland, Michigan, North Carolina, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Virginia, and West Virginia, as well as Washington, D.C. There are several species of periodical cicadas that they emerge in different years. They're different broods, as they call it. You've got some 13-year cicadas. You've got some 17-year cicadas. They spend most of their life underground feeding on sap from tree roots. But this is the big brood. Brood X begins to emerge once the ground reaches about 64 degrees. According to the experts, they believe these cycles have happened for millions of years. It's thought that by having these long life cycles, cicadas have prevented predators from specifically targeting them for food. When they come out, they emerge by millions all at the same time. There's too many for any predators to eat them all, so they can never wipe them out. And there are so many of them that lots of them always survive. Every once in a while, a brood may emerge off schedule. They had some that were coming out in May of 2017 in and around D.C., Virginia, and Maryland. Last year, there was a brood that emerged in Virginia, West Virginia, and North Carolina. But when these billions of cicadas emerge after nearly 2 decades underground, they have a very short lifespan above the ground. They fly to the treetops, they mate. The males sing to attract the females. Their offspring bury themselves in the ground, and the cycle then continues 17 more years, where they would emerge again in the year 2038. The cool thing is they're not harmful. They do kind of get to be a nuisance, though. They don't bite. They're harmless to your house or you. But they may amass in the millions in some of your parks, wooded areas, neighborhoods. They can seemingly be everywhere. And when they're this abundant, they fly, they land, they crawl everywhere. And oftentimes, your pets think it's a good protein snack. Rover can gobble up some. I guess you got to be careful. Don't let them eat too many. Probably not good on the gut. Here it is, 2021. I didn't realize it was that time once again. Our number, 844-844-3388. What's going on with Dan this morning? Hey there.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Who did you say on those retailers that are boycotting MyPillow, Mike Lindell? You said Kohl's and Bed Bath and Beyond, and there was a third one.
Kroger.
Oh, Kroger.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to make it difficult for me to buy my grocery. I didn't know Kroger sold pillows.
I guess, some of these new superstores have, they've got shoes and clothes and, they just built one up in our area. Yeah, it's the Super Kroger stores.
And did I hear correctly that the same company that's buying UPS Freight owns XPO?
That's what all these mergers and acquisitions that have been taking place. Yeah, you had Conway, then you had CFI, and I think the XPO bought that section of Conway. But it's gone round and round. But yeah, this particular merger is going to make the whatever the TF whatever it is. What was Transforce? Is that what it used to be? TFI. They're going to be, I think, the largest LTL carrier in the country or in North America, I guess.
Yeah, because they're based out of Canada.
Correct.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. But I mean, it doesn't surprise me that UPS Freight got out of it. I think they want to concentrate, on what they do, the small parcels, their history. But anyway, I do think if there's a silver lining to this election, and again, I do think that it's exposed. There was a fifth Republican. I know it was Sass and Collins, Toomey, and Romney. Who was the fifth Republican traitor? I call him turncoat. You remember who that might have been?
I think it was Murkowski. Is
Murkowski.
Yeah.
It was. You're right. It was Murkowski. But I noticed that yesterday there was a rally in Cheyenne, Wyoming, against Liz Cheney.
Yes.
And it was pretty well attended. And I think it's interesting that the ones that she's got, the K Street people and the Forever Wars group, going to hold a fundraiser for her. And that just goes to show you how out of touch she is and some of these other people. She doesn't live in Wyoming. If she does, she lives in Virginia. But it's like, does she not realize that she represents the people in Wyoming? She doesn't care, because I didn't know this. That's the state that gave President Trump the largest plurality of votes. He won by more there than he did anywhere else.
Wow.
And so I'm hoping she's well on her way. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely. I think she's sealed her own fate. She's signed her own ticket out of a job.
And mentioning her, well, number one, Steve, what kind of a representative or attorney? She's an attorney from a prestigious law school, University of Chicago. How would you vote when you haven't even heard any evidence?
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? I mean, what does that say about her qualifications? And keep it in the same vein, the ticket that her family ran on it. I think it's the ultimate insult. And I'm going to try to be careful with my language here, Steve, even though I guess we're not rural. But that little SOB from Texas named W, who was the president, not to speak out in behalf, and supposedly he made his money in oil when it was convenient for him to claim that. But all these jobs being lost in the oil and gas energy, and he got his start in politics as governor of Texas. He can't speak out in defense of these jobs and the men and women who have lost their jobs because of what this maniac Biden is doing.
Right.
When I say maniac, I mean I think that he signed 36 executive orders in a week. That's more than maybe 5 presidents have done in that period of time.
That's correct. Yes.
And I mean, my point is, he can't speak out on this. What does that say? I mean, fine, if the guy's changed his politics, he's changed his politics. But I mean, I can't think the number of jobs that this is going to hurt. And I'm not just talking about those that do it directly. I'm talking about the people who are supplying the pipe. I'm talking, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All of the oil services industries work. It's got to be devastating to them, you know? And, but anyway, I appreciate that. I thought you said on that other thing, I thought you said Kroger. That's why I called.
Yep.
One of the reasons I called. I wanted to clarify that. I didn't know they dropped
and the word Kroger, like Kroger's the parent company of a whole bunch of different, isn't it like Fred Meyer and whatnot out west and different company, different stores under the Kroger brand?
Well, I know that. Yeah, there's one in Ralph's stores.
Okay.
Ralph's Markets in California. They're the owner of that. They have a food chain called Ruler, Ruler, Ruler Foods. That's one of theirs. They've got something in Chicago. I mean, that's where I shop at. We shop at Kroger down here in Memphis, and that's all that's here, other than Walmart. And and I don't go to Walmart because of the trashing they did of Josh Hawley when he announced that he was going to challenge or wanted an investigation of the election. And again, we didn't know they did it and all this other stuff. They tried to backtrack, but I didn't know that about Mike Lindell. Losing all these people. Have they cut him off of commercials? Have any of the networks cut him off? Like Fox News?
I haven't seen where his commercials have been cut. Not to my knowledge. No, just the retailers.
Yeah. Well, Steve, I just want to make sure I am subscribed. I need to go to which website. Make sure I've got a subscription for you. That's Steve.
If you go to YouTube, if you go to like youtube.com/The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, that'll take you to the YouTube page.
So I can go ahead and be a subscriber, and hopefully you could, over the weekend when you come in on Sunday night, early in the Monday morning,
be streaming there.
Reach the threshold.
Yep.
Yeah, that'd be good. All right, thanks a lot, Steve.
Hey, Dan, thank you much. You got it. Yeah, appreciate you chiming in this morning. youtube.com/the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Again, I've got a link right there on my Facebook page. You go to Facebook and type in Steve Summers, SOMMERS, and you can find my Facebook page there. And a lot of people have been going right through there. I finally found a way to make it easy. I just said, please click on this link and subscribe. Boom. And there it is. All right, question. Did Joe Biden sign more executive orders in his first week than any other president in the same time period? The answer is yes. The Verify team looked through a pair of databases that track presidential executive orders. They showed that President Biden, it was as of Wednesday of this week, in his first 7 days, 22 executive orders. It's in excess of 36 now, along with a number of proclamations and memorandums. This compares to 4 executive orders issued by President Trump in his first week, 5 by President Obama, and 0 by George W. Bush. Since taking the oath, Biden has signed a flurry of orders. Many of these are reversals of President Trump's policies. Others meant to set a new tone in Washington. Senator Marsha Blackburn, the Republican from Tennessee, tweeting criticism. She says, quote, 30 executive orders and actions signed in 3 days' time? President of the United States, you cannot govern with a pen and a phone. The Verify team looks into the numbers to find out if Biden's pace was different from past administrations. The Federal Register tracks executive orders since President Bill Clinton, whereas the American Presidency Project tracks executive orders dating all the way back to President John Quincy Adams. So we looked through the list of presidential actions listed on the White House website, looking at the last 8 administrations, going all the way back to Jimmy Carter. 22 in week 1 for Joe, 4 for Donald Trump, 5 Barack Obama, 0 for George W. Bush, 2 in the first week for Bill Clinton, 1 for George H.W. Bush, George Bush Sr., 0 for Ronald Reagan, 1 for Jimmy Carter. Joe Biden is on a blistering pace, a pace that is far faster than any recent administration. He's on a record pace, and not by a nose, but by lengths. He is on a record pace. As we said, many of these are reversals of President Trump's previous orders. By their very nature, executive orders tend to be temporary, since a new administration can reverse them with the stroke of a pen. Of course, as you will recall, many of the executive orders that ultimately were over the 4 years issued by Donald Trump were orders essentially overturning rules or orders that were in place from the Obama-Biden administration. As the one representative said, we're on Obama 2.0. Who was that? This Representative Luke Meyer out of Missouri. He says, Joe Biden's first week looks like the Obama administration 2.0 on steroids. Yeah. Yeah, I was there during the 8 years of the Obama administration. I remember watching them run roughshod over us in 2009 and 2010, and living the last 6 years of the Obama administration with all the rules and regulations that came out of the bureaucracy, and then having figured out toward the end that they can actually become legislators through the bureaucratic process of rulemaking and enforcing guidance. Looks to me like this is Obama 2.0 on steroids, and we've got to be sure and watch this. Yeah, point it out and push back where we can, because our small businesses, the drivers of this economy, are at risk here. And with the lockdowns, we had a lot of them struggling to begin with, and we're just going to be putting a lot more of them out of business. Good times, right? Good times. All right, lines available here. Room for you to jump in on a Friday morning at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I do have a couple of other items to get to. In regards to industry headlines, quickly, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration given the public an additional 2 months, they announced, to comment on the advance notice of proposed rulemaking in regards to automated vehicle safety. All right, it was back in December they published that notice looking at trying to develop what they call a framework for automated driving system safety. Now, that comment period was set to end on the 1st of February. However, this past day, they announced they had accepted a request to extend that comment period for an additional 60 days. So that's where it stands right now. I won't bore you with all the background, but some of what they're specifically looking for comments on, you can find there if you want to go to the regulations.gov website. regulations.gov, and you can submit your comments. As of yesterday, there were just over 170 comments submitted. This additional 60 days will give more individuals and organizations the opportunity to provide input. 170 comments, that ain't much for something that's going to be as big as this, impacting transportation all over the country. OOIDA and other groups have raised concerns about rushing into automation before the technology's ready. There was a recent study that was critical on, even with some of the current technology that exists, drivers that are becoming over-reliant on the automation. I guess we've had a fair share of examples, things along that line, with people with the driver assist mode on like their Tesla automobiles, falling asleep at the wheel. Just, here, Tesla, take over for me. I'm tired. Take a nap. Real quick, got an email from Santa Claus. Apparently he's stuck out in Vegas because Donner's pretty much closed for the duration of this big storm system that's impacting California. Let's see. For the San Francisco Bay, update on I-80, he says. First of all, no restrictions for the San Francisco Bay area. In Northern California area and the Sierra Nevada, I-80 is closed from Colfax in Placer County to the Nevada state line. Reports of too many spinouts, people in the ditch, all that fun stuff. Motorists are advised, use an alternate route. All right, Santa Claus. So he's hunkered down. We're at the Petro in Las Vegas tonight. All right, have fun there. Well, at least you're in a place where you're safely parked, right? Better than being stuck out there on the interstate waiting in line. It is 844-844-3388. I think Daryl is next up. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Steve. How you doing?
Doing good.
Hey, I want to hit a little bit on that pipeline. My son's a pipeliner. He's out west right now, but a lot of them guys that got knocked off that one are trying to get out there. He told me they're coming out there pretty good, but they'll just take the cream of the crop of those guys because they got to do their well test and they do an X-ray, And I feel sad for a lot of them guys. That job wrecking Joe, that's all he's doing. He's doing a lot of bad stuff, man.
So how's he feel about the first of all, the Keystone XL, and then the moratorium on new leases and new drilling? What's he saying about it? Have you talked to him, or?
Yeah, he's a little worried about it. Like I said, he's been out there for a year. They fly home, in between time for Christmas and stuff like that. But yeah, he's hearing a lot of stuff out that way. It's going to hurt him. It's going to hurt him real bad. He's concerned.
Well, I don't blame him. There's obviously a lot of insecurity in the energy sector right now, thanks to Joe Biden.
You got it. Yep. I told them they better save their money. Bank it. His wife's a school teacher, and they only live about a half a mile from me, so we help out with the grandkids all weekend.
Yeah.
But they're going to have to. I told them, I said, you better be prepared because you just don't know what's going to happen with this administration.
Well, Daryl, I appreciate you chiming in this morning. Be safe out there, and we'll look forward to hearing from you next time.
Okay, Steve, you have a good weekend. We'll talk at you later.
All right, thank you so much. You do the same. We were talking earlier this week. Anybody know anyone that's actually had the regular old flu? Yeah, typically we're in the peak of flu season. I'm looking at some of the numbers here. This kind of brings it all home. During the second week of January, 23 people tested positive for the flu in the United States. Whole damn country. How did things look last year? Last year, more than 14,657 tested positive for the flu, the same time before the COVID. It's crazy, according to Lynette Brammer, who leads the Centers for Disease Control, influenza surveillance team. She says, this is my 30th flu season. I never would have expected to see flu activity this low. For the week ending January 16, the CDC reported low or at best minimal activity on almost every state and territory. Last year, flu activity was high in 44 states that same week, plus Puerto Rico and New York City. Only one state at that point in time, New Hampshire, had minimal flu activity. Doctors and health experts say, well, maybe a large number of people who got flu vaccines leading up to this year's season, combined with all this social distancing designed to slow the spread of COVID, that's why we've seen this big drop. They do say a record number of flu vaccines were distributed before and during the current flu season. But they still say the flu could surge when more people return to normal activities. Yes, so could other viruses, those that have circulated for years, like the norovirus and the RSV. It's a real possibility we're going to see an increase in outbreaks of endemic infections. If people haven't got infected this year because of the actions to prevent COVID, there's a bigger risk of outbreaks when we go back to normal. The best analogy is to a forest fire. For the fire to spread, it needs to have unburned wood. For epidemics to spread, they require people who have not previously been infected. So if you don't get infected this year by the viruses, it's likely that you will at some point later on. Scientists also say the lack of the flu cases is not a sign that we should let our guard down. Just because it's been low doesn't mean that it's going to be low going forward. And we still recommend getting vaccinated. Meanwhile, more than 1 million people tested positive for COVID-19 from December 27 to January the 16th. It's all COVID this year. It says that COVID is more contagious and that it's less forgiving of any lapses of these sort of preventive measures. Okay. Also, because the COVID is new, the new strain of COVID-19, there is no widespread immunity at this point in time. All right, who's next up here as we make our way into a Friday TGIF? Hello, Big Moose. Well, let me click on the little magic twanger here. There you go. Take two. Big Moose. Yes, sir.
Hey, bud, I just sitting there listening to you talking about how Nancy wants to change all the terminology up there in the big house.
Yes.
And himself and herself is going to be themselves, and seaman is going to be seafarer, and so on and so forth, right?
That is correct.
Well, it just occurred to me that if old Nancy's daddy would have flushed his seafarers, we'd all be in a damn sight better shape.
Yeah, seafarers. That's the term. Yep.
Anyway, I just thought I'd share that with you. I'm just about 3 blocks from the home 20, and I'm going to hang this thing up for about 3 days.
All right. Well, you made it through with this right on time. We got you to quitting time. How about that?
That's right. Well, we'll catch up with you probably Monday morning, man. Have a good weekend.
All right. You do the same. Thank you much. The Big Moose on the loose. Who was it? Dan brought it up here a little bit ago. Liz Cheney. All right, Representative Matt Gaetz of Florida, verbally attacking chair of the House Republican Conference, Liz Cheney, in her home state yesterday. Now, Gaetz has been a strong supporter of former President Trump, is calling for Cheney's ouster during a rally outside the Capitol in Cheyenne, Wyoming. And according to the Hill, of course, we now know, Cheney was one of those 10 Republicans that voted to impeach Trump for inciting rioters. Our battle is no longer just Republican versus Democrat. It's not just red team versus blue team. We've got to put America first, according to Gaetz. These are the old battles of yesteryear, but people have always come to the great frontiers of Wyoming to win the future. That's why I'm here. Liz Cheney is a lot like Congress, deeply unpopular and owned by special interests. She has taken more money from PACs than people. She works for them. She does not work for you. Now, Getz, they do say, has had a rather contentious relationship with Cheney. He hosted the rally a day after the House Minority Leader, Kevin McCarthy, called on Republican members to stop attacking each other. The Florida representative blasted Cheney for her foreign policy positions, alleging that she supports endless wars and she's beholden to special interests. The truth is that the establishment in both parties have teamed up to screw our fellow Americans for generations, says Getz. You know, the private insider club of Joe Biden and Mitch McConnell and Mitt Romney and Nancy Pelosi and Liz Cheney, they want to return our government to the default setting. You know, they want to go back where it was before Donald Trump, which will enrich them. The status quo was great. That's how someone making $170,000 a year can be increasing their net wealth by millions of dollars per year, making them more money at our expense. But we can stop, and it starts right here in Wyoming, he says. Donald Trump Jr. Then called in to offer his own critique of the daughter of former Vice President Dick Cheney. He held up his phone to the microphone as Trump Jr. spoke. Quote, "It seems like Liz Cheney's favorables are only slightly worse than her father's shooting skills," referring to the non-fatal incident in which Dick Cheney accidentally shot a man. Conservative issues with Cheney were scheduled to be discussed when the House reconvenes. Several leading congressional Republicans, including John Barrasso of Wyoming, have actually spoke out in her defense. He says, Wyoming doesn't like it when outsiders come to our state and try to tell us what to do. Last week, Republican State Senator Anthony Bouchard announced that he will be challenging Liz Cheney in the primary next year, 2022. So there you have it. Couple of other final items real quick like. While we're on the topic of Donald Trump, why don't we just stick there for a moment? It's the cancel culture, and right now what we're seeing with this whole proceeding with the impeachment is nothing more than an attempt to cancel Trump permanently. Another impeachment, according to John McLaughlin, is backfiring. The Senate is not going to convict, and the political division is only going to spur Donald Trump's voting base to retaliate at the ballot box. That was a former Trump campaign pollster, John McLaughlin. It's backfiring. What they're doing on impeachment, people see it as unfair, unconstitutional, going against the president. They really want Congress to be dealing with the coronavirus. Now, McLaughlin was appearing on Newsmax television with Alan Dershowitz, the constitutional legal expert, to my understanding, who is not a Republican. He's a Democrat, but he stands, regardless of who you are, primarily for the Constitution. Dershowitz deriding Democrats for trying anything to disqualify Trump from running in 2024. They're prepared to twist and turn and destroy the Constitution. He says, quote, "I care more about the Constitution than I care about any politician or political party. And no matter who is a victim of unconstitutional acts, I'm going to stand up for them." Thus, in this case, standing up for Trump. It's having no impact on his base. The supporters of Trump, in fact, it is really having a reversed effect. It is solidifying them and making them angrier and more upset than ever, because the people outside the Beltway agree with Professor Dershowitz. Now, McLaughlin noted polls are showing 75% of battleground voters believe this impeachment trial is a waste of time and a waste of money. I concur. Specifically in Wyoming, the home state of none other than Liz Cheney. 70% consider this impeachment unconstitutional, as Dershowitz has repeatedly warned. What she has done with one vote has blown apart her political base. McLaughlin asked voters in Wyoming if they would re-elect Cheney, number 3 in the House Republican leadership. Well, look out, Liz. Only 13% said yes, including only 6% of President Trump's voters. Also, he said Trump voters give Liz Cheney a mere 14% approval rating. Liz was one of those 10 Republicans to side with the Democrats on impeachment for Trump. Now, they're talking, he's talking specifically about the state of Wyoming, though. So I think Getz was correct, holding his rally there. Hey, Liz, only 13% of your constituents are giving you a thumbs up for what you did. That's your constituents, the people in the state of Wyoming that you were elected to be the voice for them in Washington, D.C. But I'm sorry, Liz, like so many others, once they've been elected, they go to Washington, D.C., and it's all about whatever they want to do, come hell or high water. I don't care what the constituents think. It's not supposed to work that way. That's what this form of government's supposed to be all about. We elect individuals to send them to Washington to represent and stand for what we stand for. Boy, that's all lost in D.C. in this day and age, isn't it? All right, we'll close it out here on a Friday. Thank you so much for being with us. I don't know if do I have time to go back and do a quick check? I know last check we were at like 906, and we only need 93 to go subscribe to, go to youtube.com//The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Click on subscribe, and that'll just add our next streaming platform. Maybe we'll be there come Monday morning. Hope we are. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you back here Sunday night at the midnight hour as we'll be making our way into a Monday. I hope you'll join us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shots.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.